Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 PCPP Poultry School Online with the theme Strengthening the Poultry Industry Towards Sustainable Recovery. To officially start the program, may we invite Dr. Rolando Valientes for the invocation and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Tayo po'y manalangin. Dakilang Diyos, pinupuri ka namin dahil kayo po ay makapangyarihan sa lahat. Kayo po ay may likha ng langit at lupa. Kayo ang Diyos na nagpapagaling, nagkakaloob, gumagabay, pumapatnubay, nagbibigay ng kapayapaan, nakagalakan at katagumpayan. Maraming pong salamat muli sa pagkakataon na binigay nyo sa Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners upang idaos itong Poultry School online. Dalangin po namin, O Diyos, na bigyan nyo po ng katalinuhan ang aming mga resource persons, ang aming mga speakers, upang maihatid ang mensahe nila sa isang payak na pamamaraan at madali pong maintindihan. Dalangin din po namin, O Diyos, lahat po ng delegates, ng mga participants sa Poultry School online na ito ay maiuwi yung mga natutunan po nila at maisakatuparan, mai-apply in the respective situations upang ito po ay maging kapaki-pakinabang. Patuloy po namin idinadalangin ang industriya ng pagmamanukan sa Pilipinas. Tulungan niyo po kami from the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners upang matulungan ang industriya ma-resolve ang iba't ibang suliranin na kinakaharap po namin. Katulad po ng mga diseases, mga sakit, tulad ng avian flu, ng IBH, Panginoon Diyos. At hinihiling po namin na magkaroon ng iba yung pagkakaisa lahat ng stakeholders ng Philippine poultry industry upang sama-sama na po namin masolve at maiangat ang aming industriya. Pinupuri ka namin, pinasasalamatan ka namin sa pangalan ni Jesus at ang lahat po nagsabi ng Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rolando Valientes. At this point, may we request everyone to have a moment of silence for the PCPP's departed members as we offer them silent prayers. Forever, they will be remembered. would also like to remember Dr. Reynaldo and Libo, fellow PCPP. Thank you very much, everyone. Once again, good morning. We are indeed thrilled and excited to welcome all of you to the most awaited event of the year, our 2022 PCPP Poultry School Online. As we continue doing things in the new normal, PCPP brings once again virtual platform of learning through PCPP Poultry School Online. This year, we have rounded up a roster of respected speakers and resource persons in the poultry industry who will certainly satisfy your quest for poultry knowledge and enhance your expertise while in the comforts of your homes or offices. To start the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the President of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners. A round of applause to Dr. Esmeraldo B. San Pedro for his welcome remarks.
Good day, everyone. This year marks the third time that we have had the Poultry School online, and we are proud to welcome you all. On behalf of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners, we are grateful that you are able to join us for 2 days of knowledge sharing and insightful talks. With our school team strengthening the poultry industry towards sustainable recovery, I want to pose 2 questions to everyone for 2 days together. What benefit can you take away from the talks? And second, what can you do to make it a normal practice or common knowledge in our respective fields? Our industry has been hit with difficulties the past year, mainly with the avian influenza affecting our duck and layer population. It's important that the steps we take to recover make a lasting impact. That's why at PCPP, we have been working with several industry players and government partners in overcoming the challenges of avian influenza. Later in the talks, we hope to share with you the government plans and actions in managing the avian influenza in the country. On top of that, we also tap esteemed speakers based locally and internationally to give you a better understanding of the current news and technological developments in the global poultry industry. Together, we can become even more resilient against future challenges. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors who have graciously helped us this most awaited event. And of course, you, the participants, we appreciate your eagerness to learn more about the latest in the industry. In the next year edition of the Poultry School, I'm excited to share that we might get the chance to see each other in person, as we will aim for a face-to-face event set up once again. But for now, let us sit back and enjoy the online sessions we prepared for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. San Pedro, for that inspiring message. This certainly sets the stage for the opening of the Poultry School online. To give us the session orientation and house rules, let us welcome the chairman of the 2022 Poultry School, Dr. Generoso Rene M. Romo Jr.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I would like to welcome everyone to the 2022 PCPP Poultry School online. But before going to the morning orientation, I'd like to give some highlights of this year's PSOL outside the program. Okay, good morning. So, for this year's Poultry School Online, we will be having the presentations for the next 2 days, for September 8 and 9. And for this morning, we will have the plenary session. And in the afternoon, we will be having the breakout sessions for broiler and layer. And then tomorrow, for both sessions in the morning and in the afternoon, we will be having all of it as plenary sessions. As this year event has already been with the Zoom event platform, as compared to last year, we only had a Zoom webinar. This year, we thought that it would be better to have it in Zoom events so that we will have a more crisp transmission of videos, and at the same time, it will have more absorptive capacity in terms of number of participants without affecting the quality. And then at the same time, the participants will be able to go from one session to another. So while in the session, just would like to give you some tips. Right now, you are in the plenary session, and later on in the afternoon, if you want to go into the broiler and layer session, you just have to click the tab Leave. And then after that, you will be redirected to the main lobby chat, wherein you will be able to see a tab Join. Then you will see either the broiler session or the layer session. So you will just have to click which particular session that you would like to join. And then in later on, if you would like to go into another session, then of course you can leave and then click again the other session that you would like to join. If ever you will not be redirected to the main lobby, just look at your browser and open one of your tabs, and you will see again the same thing, and then you just have to join again the particular session that you would like to join. And then after each session, the morning and afternoon, and also for tomorrow, then the quiz will already be open at our website, the pcpp.org.ph. You just have to leave the session and then go into our website, as shown here, and then you will be directed to a tab that you will take the quiz. You just have to click it, and then you will be directed to a particular speaker and at the same time, a particular presentation. Then you will have to answer the quiz because it's very important, because this is needed for the CPD points that will be provided to the participants, especially for veterinarians and agriculturists. You just have to enter your credentials, and then you have to answer the different quizzes from the different sessions. And after that, you will also be asked to evaluate the presentation and the respective speaker. And then after the event, of course, that will be in the afternoon tomorrow, you will get the certificate, but before that, you really have to evaluate the event first. So you have to go back again to the website, and at the same time, you have to click Evaluate the event. So you will be given, you will see this slide, and you will be asked to answer 8 questions, and at the same time to provide comments on the suggested topics for our next staging of the poultry school. So these are just some questions that you would like, that you will see, like for example, the program, the topic, the speakers, and then and so on and so forth. And then you'll also be asked, as I've said, your comments for future topics, and then other things that you would like to evaluate or to comment on the conduct of the event. And then of course, you'll already be given your certificate, but you also can have the, you can also do the evaluation post event, but you will be able to get it within a 7-day period, and we will be sending it to you to your respective email addresses. In the course of the event, you will have, if you will have any problems, you can contact these persons. Please take a look. You can get, take pictures of this slide so that if ever you'll have problems, you can contact this person who are on standby, who can help you if ever you have issues and concerns during the course of our sessions. So, at this juncture, I would like just to give some few highlights of this PSOL for 2022 outside the main program. First is that, as I have said already earlier, we are getting Zoom event instead of having Zoom webinar compared to last year, because again, we would like to have a better transmission of the presentations and videos, and at the same time, more people can participate in the event. And as I've said, it will be much easier for each participant to transfer from one session to another. The other thing is that we are joined this time by local government unit veterinarians across the country. So we would like to welcome them as well. The other thing is that this year, unlike in previous staging of the poultry school, may it be face-to-face or online, only the veterinarians are given CPD points. This time around, agriculturists will also be given CPD points, and that will already be the normal moving forward. And next is that within the poultry school online, PCPP took it upon that we will like to have an outreach program in order to reach out to the veterinary colleges across the country. So we are providing links, special free links to our veterinary schools outside the country. So as we speak, as I speak right now, there are already watch parties being set up so that our third year and graduating students will be able to learn from these discussions that will ensue for the next 2 days. And of course, this will entice them to practice poultry practice in their future career. So at this juncture, I'd like to wish everyone a knowledge enriching and fulfilling event geared in strengthening the Philippine poultry industry towards sustainable recovery. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga po muli.
Thank you very much, Dr. Romo, for the orientation in house rules. I hope you all took note of the guidelines and house rules throughout the 2-day session for this year's Poultry School online. And now, moving forward, we are excited to kickstart today's proceedings with our morning plenary session. To begin with, our moderator for this morning plenary session is one of the prime movers of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners. Being a former vice president of the college for several years, he is a graduate of the veterinary medicine from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños in 1995, and also been chairman of the technical committee for several years. He has received distinction from the Veterinary Practitioners Association of the Philippines as Outstanding Poultry Veterinarian in 2014. He is an active fixture in the animal health and veterinary field, having served as officer and fellow of the Philippine College of Veterinary Epidemiologists. He is retired from corporate life after almost 25 years with various animal health companies. Together with his wife, he is now happy with his craft for brewing and farming life. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker of the PCPP's Pride, Dr. Mel S. Umandal.
Good morning, friends and colleagues. This morning, I am tasked to be your moderator, and we have lined up specific topics for this morning's session. We'd like to remind you of the flow of our session for this morning. We will be having 3 speakers We have Attorney Bong Inciong, Attorney Irwin Ambal, and Director Reildrin Morales. I would like to emphasize that you can evaluate the speakers and take the quiz after the AI forum, and there will be presentations after the open forum. You can type the questions in the chat box, and we will be having the open forum after that. We will go to the website to evaluate the speakers and take the quiz, and after the coffee break, be back at 10 a.m.
The first paper to be presented for this morning session is Challenges in Outlook of the Broiler Industry, Way Forward.
Our speaker earned his AB Economics at the Ateneo de Manila University and did his postgraduate LLB at the Ateneo School of Law and earned his Business Economics at the University of Asia and the Pacific. He is a law practitioner at Ermitaño Asuncion Manzano and Associates and served as a legal consultant in a labor consultancy firm at Inciong and Associates. He is also a past president of the Rotary Club of Morong and at the time a Rotary District Assistant Governor. In 1981, he established Stagira Farms, a broiler and dairy farm in Rizal Province. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United Broilers Raisers Association from 2012 to present, Attorney Elias Jose M. Inciong.
Good morning to the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners. Good morning to the participants, and good morning to everyone. I have been tasked to make a presentation on the challenges and outlook of the broiler industry and the way forward, if any. This is the outline of my presentation. Challenges, we are in a, briefly, it's sufficient to say we are in a high-risk environment, then I will elaborate. Then the outlook, really, it will be determined by how government will behave. It is either a source of risk or a source of security. And way forward, as usual, it will be a management of risk in this day and age of uncertainties. And unlike 20 or 25 years ago when the world was more stable, right now it's basically about managing your risk. Challenges. I made this slide I also presented last year. It is from McKinsey and Company. It talks about the kind of world we have. It is basically unpredictable, unstable, and it is a reality because of climate change, changes in technology. And last year, propitiously, that this statement of McKinsey anticipated in a way, the geopolitical concerns of the world today, mainly the Ukraine-Russia war. This slide from the United States Council on Agricultural Science and Technology. I usually include this in my presentations because although it's a 2010 pronouncement of U.S. CAS, it's still very much relevant and in a way, it's very accurate. Globally, agriculture faces unprecedented challenges such as increases in demand for livestock-based foods in Asia, climate change that threatens to decrease production capacity in many places around the world, and increasing demand due to continuing rapid population growth in some poor countries. This will subsist, I think, for the next 10 to 20 years. This will be a major, this should be in our minds always. On top of climate change, the globalization, which is manifested in the disruptions in the shipping, in the supply chains, and which would include the export bans. For the broiler industry in particular, we have the following high-risk situations. Record high retail prices, historical high farm gate prices. I will present data later. Our feed cost would be at its high, at a 5-year high, or at its highest actually, historical high, because of a 5-year high corn and soya prices. And the day-old chick prices are at second highest in 5 years. This is a recipe, obviously, for demand destruction. The only reason today that we are able, that farm gate prices are relatively stable, in a way above cost, is that really there's a problem in performance in production. Otherwise, prices would have collapsed a month and a half ago. And this should be obvious to the practitioners because of the short production cycle of broilers. We need to maintain really good quality feeds, but right now, because of our problems with sourcing good raw materials, there is underperformance. Of course, there are supposed to be an alleged challenges also in terms of diseases, but I do not want to go into that as I am not a veterinarian. Then you have problems with diseases AI, and especially the disposal of waste and mortalities, and it contributes to, especially when you have a delayed harvest, it would have an impact on the supply of broilers because the turnaround time, the turnaround time for production is slower. Then, of course, your usual LGU concerns about zoning, about regulations, that is still there. Then, of course, the disconnect between farm gate and retail prices, and the usual reaction of government of when you have high retail prices, there is always the threat of special importation, meaning when you say special importation, at tariff rates less than the tariff rates committed to the WTO. And in the recent past, the Department of Agriculture has shown a propensity for special importation. Hopefully, under this new administration, that will change. And of course, another problem which contributes to the creation of a high-risk environment for broilers, laws for the agricultural sector, it's not being followed. There is an insistence from economists, both in and out of government, to follow doctrines rather than the law. And in a way, that is dictatorial and not in accordance with our supposedly democratic setup. This is a competition perspective because our main competition or in terms of importation would be chicken leg quarters. And the slide speaks for itself based on the current price of chicken leg quarters. This is record high, $1.60 per kilo. Back in the day, it was only 0.25 per kilo. So the landed now would be 130.44. That would include the 5 peso expenses per kilo. And this one, this is in quota. It does not include the margins of the importer, of the wholesaler, and of course the retailers. Assuming you add 10% at every layer, perhaps you will reach around 180 to 185 per kilo. And that is close enough to the price of the retail price of chicken right now to make it, to introduce the element of uncertainty if you are an importer. This is in quota, plus 6 pesos, because the rule of thumb for special safeguard duty is 6 plus 6 pesos. And that would mean 185, 100 to 190 if it's retail. But however, if the wholesaler, the importer, and the retailer would sacrifice their margins, then it would be 136 or lower. And that happened during the lockdowns, during the pandemic. Importers were losing money because they could not dispose of their inventory, and they sold below cost. Some importers lost the losses were at the rate of 30 pesos per kilo, both for pork and chicken. This is data. So far, there's a slowdown supposedly in recorded imports. This is lower than last year. As you can see, this is another slide. May last year was at 38 million kilos, almost 39. Right now, it's at 28.3 million kilos. The trend seems to be lower, but we need to see what will happen for the rest of the year because, not all importers are equal. May mga anak ng Diyos dyan. There are children, special children of God among importers who allegedly are not paying tariffs. You know what I mean. A lot of you have been on this earth for quite a while and you understand what I'm saying. This is the latest frozen inventory as of this session. And as you can see, from June 6 to July 4, there is an increase of about 3 million kilos in frozen inventory, coming mainly from imports. And therefore, imports are coming in. And we can use this, the industry will use this just in case some belligerent fellow in the DA or in the NEDA will suggest special importation. We will show this data that imports are coming in, inventories are building up. However, just to show you pork has been like this for more than a year, and yet they have extended the special importation of pork. And in fact, since June 6, there's been an increase of about 10 million kilos in the frozen inventory of pork. So, in a way, data is not important to those who would want to post for special importation. And this one, as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, farm gate prices of chicken, it's at a historical high. 106 ang running average. When you compare it to the previous years, in the last 5 years, we've never experienced something this high in terms of annual averages. This is the weekly. It has peaked at 133 as of July 1. It went down by a peso or less than a peso as of July 8. But it has been more or less in that range for about a month already, 130 to 133. This is in terms of cost. Corn is at a 5-year high, 21.41 ang running average. But the historical high would be in 2009, 26 pesos. So this is just a 5-year high, but it is high. It contributes to the record high feed costs. Soya is an historical high. Right now, it's as of July, I understand, I'm hearing 34 and 36. But the running average so far is 34.12. And obviously, it contributes to the record high feed cost of the industry, of the poultry and livestock, actually. Then DOC, or day-old chicks, we are at the second highest. 2021 is still the historical high, but we're not far off. Right now, we will see in the last semester what will happen. This contributes to the high-risk environment of the industry. there are more importers who do not know what they're doing. They just think when you import, it's automatic. During the 1990s and the late 1990s and 2000s, when there were few meat importers, it was like a superhighway, an empty superhighway. You will not collide with anything, and in all likelihood, you will earn something. But the situation now with 560 accredited meat importers as of July last year, then in all likelihood, there's a greater risk in the part of importers also of losing money. In a way, parang nagiging broiler industry na rin sila. Outlook. As I said earlier, if government would remain as a source of risk, meaning the mindset will not change, policies will not change, then given the high retail prices, the worst scenario for us, for the industry, would be for government, without considering the high input cost of producers, it would decide in favor of a special importation, meaning lower tariffs lower than our WTO commitments, and again, they will mess up things. It will not solve anything because producers will merely contract or reduce their production, and we will repeat all of these problems again. And there is, so far, based on historical experience, only farm gate prices are mainly affected by imports. Retail prices for the consumers are not affected. We have had imports since 1995, and I don't think anyone can claim retail prices have improved because of importation. If, however, because of this, if government is a source of risk, then the outlook is very bad. And I'm sorry to say, everybody should be very cautious, and it will be more of the same. And although right now it is, even for the importers, there are risks already, and that is what is different nowadays. If government changes, policies would change, and government becomes a source of security. Meaning, for example, government, and there was a recent pronouncement by the President Marcos, that he will lean towards production, especially for rice and corn farmers, then the outlook will be better. If that would be the mindset, the direction would be towards production, then I am assuming that he will support yellow corn production. It will be more stable and more affordable, and hopefully that would be felt by the consumers and by producers. And if we implement what is being done in other countries of building up in strategic reserves and utilizing warehouse receipts, then farmers of rice and corn will have the chance to win. And the outlook is that there is a chance to win for everyone. And in short, it would be better. So let us hope that like Saul of Tarsus, like St. Paul, policymakers will see the light. If we are not fortunate and they turn as the Star Wars saga would say, if they remain in the dark side, then of course that is not a play on words. If they remain on the dark side, then we have a problem. So, way forward. In nature, I use this slide or part of it last year. In nature, there is no such a thing as a monoculture and monocrop. There is diversity. During disruptive stages in the history of humanity, it is best to emulate nature. And meaning we diversify. Within the industry, You either move forward or move backward. You integrate, move forward or backward. Or you should also be in a different industry. Diversify. Or, in a way, you hybridize. You also become an importer. Because importation anyway is being encouraged by a lot of economists. Probably, if we are all part importers, then economists will view us more favorably. Then, of course, to cut our risk, it is best to coalesce. It is very hard to be a long ranger nowadays because of the risk involved. Unless, of course, you, ika nga sa Pilipino, kumukulyasa ang pera mo at malalim ang balong mo, it is better to seek partners and coalesce for common endeavors. And finally, the world has changed. We are at a critical stage in human history when there will be new technologies, innovations, new consumption patterns, and the increasing impact of climate change. In short, there will be plenty of disruptions in the coming years. In the words of Joseph Schumpeter, this will be a time of creative destruction, extreme creative destruction. But of course, for those who will keep their heads, keep cool, it may also mean a time of extreme opportunities. And all you have to do is check your appetite for risk, manage your risks, and there should be some forward movement there. For all we know, COVID-19 may have been may be the easier challenge. The coming years will be very challenging, and let us just hope and pray our government will view agriculture and fisheries in a different light. There are still economists making pronouncements belittling the importance of the sector, whose mindset is still that it is cheaper and more affordable to turn to importation. But increasingly, the world is changing. There are more import bans. In terms of rice, Vietnam and Thailand have announced an intention to form, in a way, a cartel. India has banned the export of wheat, Argentina the export of soya, Indonesia the export of palm oil, Malaysia the export of chicken. And we have to assume that would be a sustained pattern in the coming years. And so, just be aware of that situation, manage your risks, and don't get too greedy. Good morning to everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have presented to you our first speaker of the day. Thank you very much, Atty. Elias Jose M. Inciong. My friends, may we now proceed to the second paper. The second paper to be presented for this morning's session is the Philippine layer industry, updates, challenges, and forecasts.
Our second speaker earned his Doctor and Bachelor of Science in Legal Management at the Ateneo de Manila University, and he is a member of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. He is a former legal consultant of various special projects of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. He is also the Vice President of Novo Agri Inc. from 2010 to present, an egg processing company that produces pasteurized liquid eggs. He is also the Vice President of Mycor Trading Corporation from 2001 to present, a local agribusiness company located in San Jose, Batangas, that is involved in poultry farming and selling of poultry products. He is currently the President of the Philippine Egg Board Association Incorporation from 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Attorney Irwin Ambal.
Good morning. This is Irwin Ambal, and I'm here to present some updates, challenges forecast in the Philippine dairy industry. Before anything else, let's look at the layer population, present layer population in the Philippines. I know there have been some challenges recently, and let's look at the effect on the layer population of these special circumstances. We can see from the previous year that there has been continuous increase in population, from around 30 million to we've already hit the 40 million mark in the last 4 or 5 years. By 2022, PSA estimates in the first quarter that the layer population to be around 43 million. Almost the same as the year-end population of 2021, although based on our industry's estimate, around the latter part of 2021, we pegged the layer population at around 47 to 48 million already. And again, based on geographical distribution of the layer population, Calabar Zone still leads and still has the lion's share of the layer population at around 15 million of the total 40 plus million, or around 35%, followed by Central Luzon at around 9 million or 22%. Central Visayas is the usual third at around 9.6%, and then Northern Mindanao around 6.9%, and then fifth is the Sox Sargent region at around 5.4%. I'd like you to take note that we're still trying to verify the impact of some emerging diseases and also the AI cases in Central Luzon, because we're still trying to verify reports that as much as 5 million layer hens were affected in the first half of the year 2022. If you look at the PS layer arrivals for the past year, it has been increasing both on and off. We started around 300,000 during 2014 to 2015 and hit an all-time high at around almost close to 600,000 parental stock layer arrivals in 2020. At around 2021, we estimated the arrival to be around, it's more than 600,000, because close to about 610 or 620 if we're going to value the hatching eggs of 109,000 to be 40% of it would be around 42,000 plus the actual PS arrival of 516, which gives us a little over 600,000 PS layer arrivals for 2021. But for 2022 is a totally different story. If you look at the planned the declared planned arrival of the different breeder companies at the start of the year, they declared that around a little over or more than 630,000 layer population were planned to be purchased for the year 2022. But halfway through, or by the end of July 2022, we only have 82,000 layer parental stock arrival, and majority of the arrival to supply the depleting stocks of for breeder hens came in the form of hatching eggs, and we usually value this around for the female hens at around 40 to 45%. So if we compute the total female arrival by the first half of the year would be somewhere around 200,000 or even less. So that's a far cry from the 600,000 planned PS arrival for this year. So with 3 more months in 2022, we doubt that if it would even reach the level of around 500,000 PS by year end of 2022. And let's look at the farm gate prices of the medium throughout the years. So if you look at the last 4 years, it was steadily going up until 2021 when there was a dip to 455. And look at where the price of medium is right now. Same time last year, it was only 455, but by August, it's already 632. That's more than a peso surge, or more than 150 peso per piece increase. So it's a historical high, actually. Now, if you look at the prices of the old pullets, we cannot make out a trend here, except for the from 2015 to 2021, when there's a continuous increase of prices of the old pullets. So this may either be because of the geometric increase in demand and the very conservative outlook of the breeders in replenishing their PS stocks. So right now, we could see that the price of pullets hovers around the 50 peso mark up to the 60 pesos, depending on where you're going to have the POP delivered. Now, if we look at the prices of eggs, on the other hand, there seems to be a projection. If you look at the yellow dotted line, there seems to be a projection that the prices of, and the number rather, of commercial layers of table eggs would go down by 2023. We can see this not only in Luzon, but the perceived trend by next year, 2023, is being expected throughout the 3 island provinces, island groups of the Philippines: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So we're expecting a dip in layer population and production of eggs by 2023. We're also looking at the dip in the population itself of commercial layers by next year. Now let's look at the very important factor in the operation of any livestock, for that matter, which is the price of yellow corn. For the layer industry, yellow corn forms part of 53%, or around 50 to 53% of the layer feeds, and feed cost forms around 70% of the production cost of the layer operation. So it is a very important component in the production cost of egg. So if we look at the trend from the past 5 years, the price of yellow corn has continually gone up, and right now, as I speak, as we're having this meeting right now, the price of yellow corn, or YC, as they say it as they call it in the market, it hovers around 24 pesos, and it's still expected to go up a little. Hopefully not too much, though. If we look at the price of US soya, and the same trend, given the logistical challenges brought about by the slowdown during the COVID, the prices of of US soya has also gone up. Right now, it's hovering around 35 pesos. Last time we checked it, it's still they could not actually predict the direction of the US soybean meal. By the way, this constitutes around 20 to 23% of the feed formulation. Now, there are issues besetting the dairy industry, but for purpose of today's discussion, I'd like to narrow them down to three major issues which have greatly affected the production of eggs and even the layer population itself. So these are the avian flu, the rising cost of feed raw materials, and other emerging diseases. Let's go first to avian influenza. The first half of the year, we've seen the historical record number of cases of AI, both for the layer broiler and even other poultry species like ducks and quails. It is concentrated in areas in and around wetland areas and other bodies of water, specifically in central Luzon and surrounding areas. We've seen also some issues in surveillance and late detection of these AI cases. Now, why is this so? Bakit palaging huli na lang pag nalalaman ng government or ng barangay, almost na-called out na yung mga affected flocks? Magaling mag-dispose. Some parang yung nakikita natin na nangyari sa ASF issue a few years back, even up to last year, na smuggle out or nadidispose pa yung affected livestock. I think partly because or mainly because of the just compensation or the lack of thereof. Although may binibigay na fund, we think that's not enough or it's not even timely. In other countries, like South Korea, the government is very active on compensating the poultry farmers affected by the AI. So they're very much willing to declare or volunteer information if they have problems with AI. In this way, mas nami-minimize nila because early detection is the key to this. The earlier ma-detect and timely intervention and decisive intervention, they can lock down the area and prevent the further spread of AI. So, nangyayari ngayon, since desperate yung poultry farmer is already facing financial difficulties, gusto niya perahin na lang yung, so to speak, ang kanyang remaining flock. So they would want to sell it in the cal market, and this is where it spreads more. So nakikita natin yung mga flashpoints or kung saan nagpa-positive in the past is sa cal market areas, specifically in this particular town, in two particular towns in Nueva Ecija. Another bad practice we see in the field is yung collection and use of layer mortalities as fish food. There are areas in this surrounding these wetland areas na ginamit na rin siya for freshwater fish pond, and to avail of the very cheap source of protein, they try to buy and collect layer mortalities in present around the area. So what's the problem with this? A lot of them have poultry disease kahit hindi na AI, like yung FADV, the one affected by adenovirus, so it spreads more. It's a river system, and a lot of this river system crisscrosses the different poultry areas in Central Luzon. Another effect of the avian AI scare in the country is the overzealousness of a lot of LGUs where there are also presence of big numbers of poultry farm. We've seen this happen in Visayas as far south as the Visayas areas na they practically banned the entry of all poultry products, even from those areas not affected by AI. Some people think na ginagawa na lang ng little trade barrier kasi unreasonable na. We know of one province or one city na binan yung entry ng poultry products even from areas from Mindanao area na wala namang reported cases or suspect for AI. And also we've seen the effect of AI in worldwide. We know that this year was one of the worst years for different European countries infected with AI, record cases also. And ang affected din dito is our source of parental stocks. The bulk of the parental stocks where the Philippines get their stocks are from these European countries, and this is last year. Marami sa kanilang nag-declare na they're positive for AI, and consequently, our government had to ban the transport or the sourcing of different poultry products, including the parental stocks. So, fortunately for some of these breeder companies, they have alternative sources in other parts of the world not affected by AI, like Canada, US, and Australia. So for some breeder companies, they were able to rechannel and or source their parental stock supplies to the Philippines from these areas not affected by AI. But most of our breeder companies were affected. There was a delay in the access or in the supply of parental stocks. So what did this do? It worsened the stocking of our layer breeder farms. So we're expecting some supply issues by 2023 because of this. Another major issue besetting the layer industry is, of course, a big one. It's been a problem for the past years, and we've seen it worsen every year. And that's the rising feed cost, specifically yellow corn and soya. Through the years, we've seen how yellow corn prices went up continuously. 6 years ago, we could still hear of yellow corn prices hovering around 14 pesos. After that, it went uphill, averaging 1 or 2 or 3 pesos every year ang taas. Right now, it's on a record 24 pesos per kilo. And this is despite the low swine feed demand brought about by the ASF. Halos nakat more than 70% ng consumption ng yellow corn because of the low activity of the swine farms. Still, we're having this record high prices of yellow corn. So, nakita natin also is yung mga feed mill and farm end user going to the source of the yellow corn sa plantation sa north, sa Isabela, as far as south, even sa Mindanao, Quezon, Bicol, and Mindoro. For the people in Mindanao, they don't have a problem because it's prevalent. There's a lot of yellow corn producing areas in Mindanao, but for the egg basket or even for Central Luzon, poultry farms and or livestock, or for that matter, we have to compete with the traders in in Isabela, Cagayan, even in Pangasinan. So just to get a good price. So every harvest, hindi pa tapos yung harvest or hindi pa midway ang harvest, spoken for na lahat yung mga stocks na available. So what happens now? Na-stress yung capital ng layer farmer. You're operating a feed mill. Before you could make do with 1 or 2 months of yellow corn inventory, but with the aggressive increase of yellow corn prices, you're forced to stock up for 4 to 6 months. You have to cover yung kailangan mo in between the yellow corn harvest. So what's the consequence of this? The poultry farmer or the female operator would have to spend more money to buy this yellow corn and consequently pay for more interest. Most of them are financed by loan kasi they're not used to paying for 4 to 6 months of yellow corn inventory. So that's an added cost for the layer farmer or livestock farmer and even feed mill operators to maintain their business. So, anong effect nitong rising raw materials? In the past years, we've seen backyard poultry farms, those coming from the micro and small enterprises. We're talking about not only 10,000 heads and below, even 20,000 head layer farm were affected by this increase in feed costs. 2 or 3 years ago, we could still see layer mash, 50-kilogram layer mash being sold for 1,000 to 1,200 per bag. Now, today, you have to pay around 1,400 to 1,000, as much as 1,600 per bag. So there's at least a 20 to 30% increase in feed cost. So last quarter of 2021, we see a lot of backyard poultry farms temporarily shutting down, closing down, but because they could not afford the prohibitive price of the layer feeds. Talo sila sa presyo. That time, even if the average price of eggs were hitting 5 pesos, they're still not making any money. They're losing money. So as a consequence, by the start of 2021, there was already there's a lot of poultry farms. The layer population was greatly affected. So we can see now that the overall effect in layer population is worse with increasing total feed cost than the impact of other poultry diseases. So indeed, the feed cost has a bigger impact on egg supply and layer population than poultry disease. Another third issue we're seeing right now is the other emerging diseases. In particular, I'd like to focus on one disease, which is the IBH, the inclusion body hepatitis or fowl adenovirus. Why is this so? Well, this is predominantly found in broilers. There's a lot of reported cases alleging that mortalities and production drops are caused by this particular virus, the fowl adenovirus. So this also impacts whether true or not true. These are causing, we've seen layer population farms being closed down because of this particular virus. So I think there's a topic specifically for this particular disease later on. And surely the very capable doctor would be able to expound on this. Now, what's our way forward with these three particular problems? Let's start with avian influenza. As I mentioned earlier, we've been pushing in the past. There has to be immediate and just compensation for snuff out AI flux. If we're not going to have this, we're still going to see the cat and mouse game. If, God forbid, there would be AI cases in the future, they would still be disposing their AI-infected flux to cull buyers. And the cull buyers wouldn't know any difference because some of these, hindi sila namamatay immediately. Some of these are parang carriers lang. We've heard of flux surviving for days, being sold to even to households several provinces away from the infected areas. So the key here is for the government to pay the replacement cost and not just the cull value. We also need partnerships and less restrictions on the operation of private labs, access to all the supplies relating to lab testing, especially with regard to AI and other reportable diseases. So the government needs to facilitate the entry of this and the exit also of the samples. So before, it was really a challenge just getting the test kits. So, and I know the government is doing something about this. Well, they're very active on requiring different farms on periodic testings. They should be also be very accommodating for private partnerships. Another important topic which is continuously being brought up is the possibility of getting AI vaccination or vaccines. I think the Poultry College has discussed this thoroughly, and I think for the industry would want to have this considered seriously, especially if we're going to use the kill vaccine with focus on the autogenous vaccine. I think other experts could expound on this, but we need to do something. I think Indonesia has a better experience on this, but we should start considering this given the impact of AI this year. Regarding the raw material issues, first order of business is expanding our sources of raw materials, both local and imported. So let's take, for example, our dependence on the US soybean meal, which hit us terribly in the last quarter or in the last month of 2021 when the US SBM went as high as 50 pesos. Then suddenly when we were able to access other soybean meal from neighboring Asian countries, we were able to temper it down back to around the 30 peso level. So we should start considering or we should start considering using other SBM sources. And that goes well also with the yellow corn, which we have been doing. We've been using feed wheat as an alternative to yellow corn, although we presently have problems with given the war in Ukraine and the access to wheat, but we're still getting wheat from other sources. We've also had some problems with the cocoa oil when it shot up to almost 100. And we've always used palm oil or palmolene as an alternative. So we should be active in looking for other alternatives. Although we know that it's not as easy as changing a particular kind of raw material when we're doing the layer feeds, because any change even in quality or kind of major raw material would have an impact on the egg production. But just the same, we should be able to transition to other raw materials, especially when there's an impending shortage. And with regard to the problem of yellow corn, importation has always been and should always be an option, but this should be used sparingly, and there should be close consultation between the corn farmers themselves, not the traders, and the end users on the volume, timing, schedule, and allocation of any corn importation. And as we've seen from the sugar industry, I think it's high time that the government define and distinguish what is hoarding against the legitimate storage or forward cover of a particular major agriculture product. And they've always argued that the reason why they have a big number of stocks of a particular agriculture product is because they're trying, it's a hedging system for them, for their clients, even if nobody owns that particular stock. So kailangan sabihin na natin alin ba talaga yung iipit o alin talaga yung order na, because there are legitimate long-term orders. Some feed mills would place a big amount of order for a particular number of months, and the storage is given to the trader. So that's, I think, in my opinion, is a legitimate transaction. But some traders, not all, would just store it and wait for the prices to go up. So the government has to look into this and distinguish which was hoarding and which was economic sabotage, and penalty should be imposed. So what's in store for 2023? This is our unsolicited, or what do you call this, our forecast. Hopefully some of the dire forecasts would not come through. So DOP supply issues, this is a foregone conclusion already. Nakita natin yung very limited entry of parental stocks ng 2021 and 2022. It's really very small, and it would kick in, the effect would kick in 2023. So we still would have issues on DOPs on at least the first half of 2023. Magiging challenging talaga ang pag-access ng DOP by the first half of 2023. Egg supply may gradually pick up. Right now, we're seeing some mismatch or egg supply issues because of the opening up of the economy, face-to-face na yung classes. So we're seeing some egg supply issues towards the year end. But we're seeing also, once the demand has stabilized, we see the egg supply catching up a little by the first quarter. But given the closure or the suspension of a lot of small backyard farmers, we see more mismatch in the supply demand. What would happen? So there we've seen spikes in sudden spikes in demand, and there would be consequent increase also of prices. Then suddenly there would be a glut, then babagsak uli yung presyo. It's a seesaw. It would be a roller coaster. That's what we're seeing. Nakita rin natin na maraming nag-start na large farms, mga integrators with 50 to almost some of them with a 100 head capacity per building, and they're very aggressive. My may ang kinatatakot lang namin dito o natin dito is the market, since they started big and there would be dips in the demand. What would happen is they would be resorting to bargain hunting bulk buyers o yung sinasabi natin na bodega. Makikita natin to sa Bloom and Treat. And this is what brings the price talaga down as much as 1 to 150 peso in an instant per piece. So yun lang. I hope you will pick up something. It's a challenging time for not only for the layer industry but also for the whole poultry industry. But just the same, we should be happy that we're still healthy ourselves. So let's just keep safe and hope for the best. So in behalf of the Philippine Egg Board, thank you so much and have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just presented to you Attorney Irwin M. Ambal. Thank you very much. The third paper to be presented for this morning's session is the Government Plans and Programs for Poultry.
Our third speaker, Dr. Reildrin G. Morales, is the Department of Agriculture Assistant Secretary Designate for Livestock and concurrent officer in charge of the director at the Bureau of Animal Industry. He served as the Executive Director of the National Meat Inspection Service from March 2020 to January 2021 and the National Program Coordinator for the Philippine component of the global efforts to combat antimicrobial resistance using One Health approach from 2017 to 2020. As the National Program Coordinator against AMR, he was in charge of the operationalization of key strategies and identified activities in the project work plan at national level. This includes the overall project coordination of the government and its partners to address the threat of superbug and the development of resistant pathogens which can affect humans and cannot be controlled by ordinary antibiotics available in the market. Back in 2011 to 2014, he was the Regional Animal Health Officer whose task was mainly to develop the capacity of the region with regards to prevention and control of highly pathogenic emerging diseases and zoonosis. In June 2004 to February 2011, he was the National Coordinator Project Manager for the National Control and Eradication Program on Foot and Mouth Disease. Dr. Morales is a graduate of veterinary medicine from the University of the Philippines in Los Baños in 1997. He obtained his Master of Veterinary in Public Health Management at the University of Sydney in Australia. He was also recognized as one of the outstanding alumnus in government service by the University of the Philippines in October of 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Reildrin Morales.
2022, except of course for the challenges that we have experienced with the layer subsector. Next slide, please. The total inventory of chicken is at now 186 million. No? And if we will look at the production of chicken meat, comparing the year-on-year data of 2020 and 2021 and 2022, we will be able to see that there is a 13% increase in terms of production of the broiler meat during the first half. But of course, we all know that we have some challenges during the last couple of months as regards on the supply of meat, particularly chicken meat in the market, wherein we have experienced actually some fast food chains not serving the all-time Filipino favorite of fried chicken. But I think the situation has since normalized. Next slide, please. The value production in agriculture, it says that the poultry subsector contributes about 63 billion, accounting for 14.7% of the total agriculture economy. Next only to horse, rice, and almost equal to livestock. Next slide, please. So what are the challenges that we have when it comes to the poultry sector? Of course, we have the low production efficiency brought about by the high cost of farm inputs, particularly due to the fact that we are actually importing most of our feed ingredients, particularly soya and corn. Our sufficiency for corn is only at about 60% to date, and this is one of the areas being addressed by the government right now. Accordingly, we have some challenges in market matching or the marketing. Still a good part of our poultry sector is doing the traditional marketing. Most of our farmers are still at the mercy of what they call the traders. Being the mode of production is only up to the farm gate, so there is no direct connect or control over the market, and there's still this layer of potential income being shared with another group along the supply chain. And of course, as I've mentioned earlier, feed cost. I have seen in the presentation of Atty. Ambal that we need to really have a better understanding and tap the availability of potential alternative feed ingredients. Next slide, please. In the area of animal health, I have also heard from the previous presentation about the challenges of bird flu. And accordingly, there are some underlying disease condition as well in the farm, in our farms, that also, compounds the problem brought about by avian influenza. And in the same breath, I would say that animal welfare, being fast becoming an issue at the global level, is also becoming a challenge, particularly now that at the global level there is a call for the banning of conventional cages, the use of conventional cages at the layer farms. And this resolution is particularly one of those which we have voted against during the last national meeting, or the global meeting of the World Organization for Animal Health as delegate of the Philippines. because we firmly believe that we are not yet ready for this particular challenge, and animal welfare is not necessarily tied up to the use of conventional cages in the layer farms. So, of course, there will be a wider discussion with the industry as regards to our further position on this matter. Next slide, please. So what are the DE's or Department of Agriculture or the government's major objectives? Of course, the first objective is to make food available and affordable, safe food available and affordable to the Filipinos. And in so doing, we wish to have to serve our farmers and fisher folks, our producers, for an increased income, and for these efforts to be sustainable. And in so doing, there is this objective to increase resilience to climate and environmental risks. Next slide, please. So what are the strategic directions for the poultry industry as far as the government is concerned? Next. So these are the list of programs and objectives, program objectives from the government. Increase production efficiency and productivity. This is in direct response to the challenges that we have presented earlier. We try to increase our export of livestock and poultry and their products. We've already exporting, of course, processed or cooked poultry, but of course, the meat being used for this is also still imported. We're able to export some eggs before, and we will hope we hope that we will be able to duplicate it. And given that we have now market access with South Korea, but of course we now have this issue with avian influenza, and alongside this, as one of the major obstacles in the production environment, we would want to maintain disease-free status. We would like to prevent the incursion of other diseases and control of the diseases that we already have, particularly avian influenza. And we would like to intensify support to research and development. And when we say research and development, it's not only restricted to the area of nutrition or the potential tapping of potential alternative source of protein for the industry, but with the research and development, we're also looking at data sharing and analysis, because the private sector has a good treasure trove of information that the government can tap, that the government can work with the private sector, so that we can really approach this problem on disease conditions. Particularly, I heard again in the presentation the thought or the idea of vaccinating against avian influenza that's already being done in Indonesia. We've already touched base with the sector as regards this, but then again, of course, since we have policy of non-vaccination, this will still call for a wider industry discussion. Accordingly, this matter is better served with a rigid and with a firm base on science, based on research and development. We could also use this to change perhaps how we approach our production environment protocol. Next slide, please. So for strategic direction, of course, when we say increase production efficiency and productivity of livestock, there is this idea of genetic improvement. So dire-diretso lang po tayo dito sa aspeto na to. We're working with the DOST, Picard. We were able to have the Itik Pinas, local breed of ducks that's able to produce efficiently and with lower maintenance costs, no, and resilient to diseases, unlike the foreign breeds. And then with this Itik the genetic is with us. We don't have to regularly import for good genetic base. And we hope we will be able to duplicate this with an improved chicken breed, no, that we can also share with our farmers so that there will be more prosperous farmers and that will be producing for their own family, for the community, and this will be an added source of livelihood as well. Of course, feeds and pasture development. We are now working with UPLB and the OSTP card for the protein-enriched copra meal. And we hope that the funding of 100 million will come in so that this research output, no, that was developed by Picard and UPLB can be scaled up in regions 4A with our farmers in regions 4A and also in region 12. And hopefully, once successful, this can also be duplicated in other parts of the country. Of course, we're still continuing to develop the halal and organic livestock and poultry modules that we have right now to serve as well our Muslim brothers. No? And accordingly, we're looking on intensifying the GAHAP implementation, good animal husbandry practices. We already have a Philippine national standard and a CN standard on poultry production. So these things are all necessary if we want to be more abreast with our ASEAN neighbors. And of course, for our farmers, there will always be this capacity and capability building that we are looking at. So when we try to roll out a module from the government, there is always a training that accompanies this rollout of modules, particularly with what we have experienced with Itik Pinas. Next slide, please. And of course, looking at the program, I do believe that in particular for avian influenza, a colleague from PAI will be discussing more on the activities being implemented under the avian influenza protection program that's being handled, spearheaded by the Bureau of Animal Industry. But if I may be given a chance to report that with the increased funding for 2023, we're looking at that the Bureau of Animal Industry, the Department of Agriculture, will be able to work on strengthening the national and regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories, and perhaps train even our colleagues from the local government units. There's been a gap on our diagnostic infrastructure, so to say. In the last 3 decades, talaga pong medyo naiwanan ang ating diagnostic infrastructure, and that's one area that we are trying to cope up. No? And with regards to other important diseases, economically important diseases like ASF, we've already started our effort to actually capacitate our regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories so that they will have RT-PCR capabilities. And we would want to duplicate the ASF laboratories with having an avian influenza laboratories as well in our RADDLs, and provide pill PCR kits for the LGUs and provide trainings as well for our LGUs, and in so doing also develop their capacity for diagnosis. This will be the empowerment of our local government colleagues. So in so doing, we will be able to intensify disease surveillance, and we hope that we will be having an effective early warning system in the process that will allow us to respond well to the challenges of diseases. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, we've had some efforts on the export of livestock and poultry and their products, and hopefully we will be more competitive. We will be able to support the local market and cater to the market available in the region, meaning to say in Southeast and in Asia as a whole. But then, of course, we need to strengthen our food safety laboratories. As I have shown in the earlier slide, we have to look up on the our standards, yung ating GAHAP and Philippine national standards. I have here on this slide the effort to conduct surveillance on antimicrobial resistance. But before AMR, we need to address as well the issue on residues. And this is important because residues also is a trade issue. Next slide, please. So I've already touched on some discussion with regards to support for research and development, but in this slide, it was given emphasis that we have to develop partnerships with state universities and colleges, and that's what we're doing right now with regards to research and development. But of course, the climate change is an ever-present issue right now, and impacts particularly po yung ating livestock and poultry. And with our partnership with the research institutions, we would like to see that we'll have outputs on research as regards climate change and how our production system can be more resilient, among others. And right now, we're engaging the South Korean government on the conduct of putting in place traceability system for our livestock and poultry. I do believe that this will be a good step to start to be able to really put in place. Once we have this traceability process, we will be really able to encourage our producers to toe the line as regards on the standards that we have on production, particularly on the use of antimicrobials or antibiotics for purposes other than therapeutics, such as growth promotants. Next slide, please. So this is the avian influenza program. As you may know, we have already waived for the testing fee for the laboratory test, so that we will be able to encourage more submission of samples. And during the Animal Health Congress a couple of months back, we also emphasize, particularly in the free areas, that we need data on surveillance from all our local government units from all regions in the countries, particularly the free areas. We need to conduct regular surveillance so that we will have a firm confidence when we say our area is free from avian influenza or other diseases. We have laboratory results to back our claim. Accordingly, this will also impact our guideline movement. Sa kasalukuyan po, there are a lot of areas in the country which are already free or still free from avian influenza, but are having difficulty in moving their flocks simply because certification of freedom or laboratory results are still being required for every shipment. This is a contentious issue. If I may announce, we're developing a guideline wherein once an area is a free area and there is a robust surveillance data, regular surveillance data being collected in those area, ito pong surveillance data na to can be used, no, in view of the test that we are requiring for every movement. So this is one development that we are looking at, so as to encourage our colleagues from the industry, from the local governments to participate, no, and support the government effort in rolling out, implementing po yung ating surveillance program. The surveillance program is a two-pronged program. First, it will allow us to have an effective early warning system. No? Kung magkaroon po tayo kagad ng detection, maka-action tayo kagad dyan. And of course, yung sa ikalawa nga, it will allow us for an easier and more efficient response mechanism if there are disease conditions on the ground. So again, we are calling our colleagues from the industry to please support the government program on surveillance. Slides. And then the public-private partnership, we have here one example that before your screen, a memorandum of understanding with one company. As it is, the Department of Agriculture, even with all our colleagues with the local government units, and of course, even with the regional field offices, we cannot cover the entire ground. We cannot cover everything. And we need to partner, and we need the support of the private sector for a lot of things. No? Surveillance, awareness, particularly, and of course, roll out of whatever programs that we have. In particular, if we would want to support livelihood programs for our poor farmers and provide them with packages that will be able to support them, for example, a module of eating finance, so that they will be having some eggs for the family and some eggs to sell in the community. We are partnering with the private entities, companies, to be able to be more efficient. And of course, with surveillance, ito po yung magiging parang force projection, extended force projection of the government as regards surveillance, as regards awareness. No? Ito po ay hindi naman para sa government lamang, but for the whole industry. Next slide. So, for the activities and programs, again, yung prevention and control of economically important diseases, as a summary, andyan yung ating genetic improvement, yung nutrition and forage development, as I've already mentioned kanina, and strengthening of diagnostic, biological infrastructure, and of course, looking at the strengthening as well of our feed laboratories across the country. Next slide, please. So these are the things that I have already mentioned earlier on. And if I may add, on the livestock and poultry information early warning system, I hope that we will be able to work closely with the industry, particularly, of course, with our experts, with the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioner, on data sharing, and exchange of relevant information. And if I may say that we've already doing this, and we are thankful to the PCPP for always engaging and providing technical guidance, as an expert group, technical guidance to the policy directions of the government. Next slide, please. Next. Maraming salamat po. I think that we last slide, and I hope that yung pong huling slide na and I hope that we will be able to propose some plans and programs, engagement with the government for funding needed infrastructures by the private sector. So currently, in the previous administrations, we have the poultry dressing plant in Tarlac, and right now we're looking that we will be able to operationalize a cold storage warehouse with the Pampanga State Agriculture University, and similarly we already have the AAA slaughterhouse in Batangas, among others. We hope that we will be able to have all these engagements as well, projects in the private sector in the future. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga sa inyo lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reildrin G. Morales. We will now proceed with the open forum. And we call on screen our three speakers, Attorney Elias Jose M. Inciong, Attorney Irwin M. Ambal, and Dr. Reildrin Morales for the open forum to be moderated by Dr. Umandal.
So good morning, Attorney Bong, Attorney Irwin, and Dr. Reildrin. Welcome to our open forum. So we've done this before, and as you know, we are familiar with it already. And I will be reading questions from the online participants, which you will address. So let's start with the first question. First question for Attorney Ambal. Here in Luzon, who do you think is the most overzealous local government unit in terms of ordinance implementation? Attorney, I think you're on mute. We can... hindi ka pa rin namin natitinig, Attorney. Siguro habang inaayos natin yung ating audio, lipat muna tayo kay Director Reildrin Morales. So, Director, in the absence of a local provincial vet, who should sign our certificate?
Thank you very much, Doc Mel, and to the person. Sa kasalukuyan po ay lahat halos ng probinsya ay may mga provincial veterinarians, except for one province in Bicol. That's as far as I remember, no? And I hope I'm not mistaken. Nonetheless, kung may challenge po tayo doon sa pagkuha natin ng shipping permits, makipag-ugnayan lang po doon sa ating quarantine office. Just let us know. And currently, meron naman po tayong online shipping permit system, no, that can be used. No? and we will just coordinate this with the regions concerned. Ano po, ang importante lamang, bawat shipment ay may isang licensed veterinarian na, na, na magsa-sign up ng veterinary health certificate. Even the veterinarian of the company is of course recognized for this purpose.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reildrin. Bibigyan ko na ng follow-up question. This is for you again, Director Morales. One of the objectives of DA is to intensify R&D. How many % of DA budget goes to R&D? Is this enough? What strategy would you do to increase the R&D budget, considering that an influential senator is very vocal against research?
Yes, thank you. I cannot answer for the research budget of the entire DA, but for the livestock and poultry for 2023, I think ang livestock po ay may 60 million na nakalaan at ito po ay may ilalagak sa Bureau of Agricultural Research. Nonetheless, ito po ay dedicated lamang para doon sa livestock and poultry, no? And the DA bar also has its own fund that it can also use to support funding needs of other researches, also for livestock and poultry. And of course, we have the DOSTP card. Yan po talaga yung mga ating mga, kumbaga, sasabihin natin mga agencies, competent government authorities or agencies on research matters that have sufficient funding. So lagi po tayong may tie-up sa kanila.
Thank you, Director Morales. So balik tayo kay Attorney Ambal. I hope okay na yung ating audio. Let's try.
Doc Mel, can you hear me, Doc Mel?
Perfect. I can hear you now, Attorney.
Sorry about that.
This question is for you. Puntahan natin yung ibang questions kasi maraming mga nakalista sa'yo, no? So, you mentioned, Attorney, that feed cost has a bigger impact on the layer industry currently than poultry diseases. So, what
Yes,
are the
correct.
initiatives your group has done to address this? Or do you have a call to action considering we are with the poultry industry movers and shakers now?
Yeah, with regard to the long-term one, Cole, we've always been, I think, for years, we've always pushed for a more responsive solution to the yellow corn problem. Our yellow corn industry is protected, and rightly so, because we have corn farmers. But somewhere along the way, just like in the agriculture product, we're not getting the good price. We're competing. So these are long-term clamor is for the corn, the access to corn, both local and imported, to be tempered. Ibig sabihin, kailangan may close coordination because there are instances in which there's corn shortage, whether artificial or not. So end user, meaning the poultry farmer, the actual end user, not just the trader, and the actual corn farmer, not just also the trader. So they should talk together and say, we have a shortage at this point in time, can we import? So kailangan may meeting na ganun, wala eh. We've been pushing for that for the longest time. Number two, actual things that we've done in the group. For example, nag-shut up ng 50 pesos yung USBM nung end of last quarter. What did we do? May tinatawag tayo to temper the local prices because some of these are really artificial. That's what we have, what we call an sacrifice import. We spend so much for import para lumabas din yung stocks. Yung sa US SBM talaga nagkameron lang ng hiccup sa logistics. So we had to spend on our own account, spend hundreds of millions of pesos, risk it, just to have an importations on our group. So maraming ginagawa din, hindi lang kami, pati yung feed millers group. Pag nakikita nila nakaka-shortage yung supply, we have what we call sacrifice import. Even if they're going to lose money during the import, it's forcing the traders or whoever is hoarding the commodity to bring their stocks out. And the price would go down. Pag nalalaman ng whoever is hoarding the product na may parating na import, because they're going to lose money. So, ayun, long term, always a call. Actually, there is. We want to call for the corn farmers, actual corn farmers, and actual users to sit down. And this should be a constant meeting also, just like what they're trying to do in the SRAs, the sugar. The end users and the planters and millers sit down. Ano ba talaga? May shortage ba talaga? How much do you need? It cannot be a free-for-all importation, kawawa. We have to protect our local corn farmers also. So that's a good start, I think. And also, we have to increase their efficiency and everything. So I think that's a good start, Doc Mel. What's the other question?
Ituloy na natin,
This?
Attorney, kasi
Go ahead.
this has something to do with what you mentioned. Ano? As we know, 2 weeks ago, we had the presentation of the layer industry roadmap, and is anchored on 5 pillars. So there's this customer in industry value, capital and risk management, growing sustainably, capable people and vibrant community, and unlocking innovation. Now, which of these pillars do you think should be given immediate attention to be able to bring great impact to the layer industry?
If you look at our neighbor Southeast Asia, we have the highest production cost ever since day one. We have high up, hindi lang sa layers, hindi lang sa broilers. That's why prone tayo sa smuggling, unfortunately for broilers, because we have a very high production cost. So, number one order of the day, in my opinion, is we should bring down the production cost. And what's the biggest factor in the production cost? We'll go back to grains. Inciong mentioned this. Mataas yung yellow corn natin, mataas yung wheat natin. Hindi tayo makapag-import ng yellow corn because we're protecting also on the industry, and rightly so. So, more than I appreciate that we have to add value to our product. Ano na yan eh? It should be the improvement of the agriculture products like eggs and broiler should be a private initiative. Ang malaking problema natin staring at our face for the longest time is napakamahal ng feed cost natin, operation. Even before COVID, you look at Malaysia, who's not a corn-producing country, who's not a soy-producing country. They only have they buy corn twice a year. They buy soya only twice a year. Ang baba ng production cost nila. They can bring down their prices. So, let's start with the basic production cost. Let's bring down the production cost. Saka na muna, importante sa far end, pero kung anong silbi ng product improvement mo, it to begin with your basic raw material, your egg and your broiler chicken is very expensive to produce. So I think it should be focused. The focus is more on that. And the thing about, I know a roadmap is good. Let's just focus on the things we could do actually. Let's not spread ourselves thinly. We have a problem with raw materials. We have a problem with poultry diseases. This is talagang, ito yung sumisira sa atin. We may not have an industry to speak with if we're not going to address these two main issues right now. So for the next, and you know that, Doc Mel, poultry diseases, that has been your bread and butter, that has been all your life. And you know it's not getting any better. So, and there's a lot of things the Filipinos can do. We have the know-how. We have very smart molecular biologists. But the thing is, may kulang eh. Alam niyo yung gagawin natin, but we can't do it. So, let's focus on those two problems muna. The poultry diseases and the production cost issues, specifically the raw materials. And everything would fall into it. Then let's do 2 and 3 and 4 at the same time. That's my 2 cents worth. 2 centavo worth.
All right. Thank you very much for your reply, Attorney Irwin. For Dr. Morales, are you still in? All right. So, Dr. Reildrin, there are several questions para sa iyo dito. First question, If okay with you, I will read it and then pwede kong ulitin mamaya as we go along. So first is, what are the specific improvement in the surveillance and monitoring programs for AI outbreak? The second is, how soon will the results of the research collaborations between the DA and academe be seen or felt? And third, will BAI approve the use of testing kits from different brands to help the industry repopulate the flocks? So, kahit alin doon yung una mong sagutin, and if you need me to ask it again, just let me know.
Yes, Doc Mel, thank you. Doon sa question doon sa surveillance, ang masasabi po natin dyan is nakaka-advance na tayo, no, doon sa ating surveillance. Ang nagiging problema po kasi natin dyan noong mga nakakaraang panahon ay nakafocus tayo doon sa outbreak area. Meaning to say, meron tayong regular collection year on year, no, every 6 months. Meron tayong farm accreditation na tinatawag. Subalit pag nagkaroon ng problema, ang nagiging response talaga kagad natin ay punta tayo dun sa area, surveillance ng outbreak area lamang ang ating nagagawa. Sa kasalukuyan po, ang itinatry na natin gawin ngayon ay we try to do surveillance away from the, not only in the outbreak areas, no. Yan yung ating sinusubukan na gawin ngayon at nakikipagtulungan po tayo dyan. Malaki po ang role ng mga local government units as regards dito. No? And kaya nung nabanggit ko kanina, we would like to look on making this as a policy na yung surveillance data na ipoprovide sa atin ng mga regions, ng mga probinsya, yan na yung gagamitin natin pagka-credit mismo noong kanilang area, lalo na kung free area, so that there will be no difficulty for the farmers na every now and then, kada shipment ay nagpapatest sila. So I cannot qualify how well it has improved, but what I'm looking at is every now and then, regular ako nagpipirma ng mga lab results with regards to sa surveillance natin sa AI. Kaya po mas personally, I think we've improved a lot. We will provide the industry with our reports as regards these matters, documents siguro, no? With figures, etc. Later on. So ang ikalawa pong tanong ay yung gaano kabilis na yung engagement natin sa mga universities, sa mga research ay makikita. If in particular, you are looking at the PECM, no, yung protein enriched copra meal. Ang inaantay na lamang po natin dyan ay yung approved funding of 100 million. So once this funding materialized, ay ready na po yan for roll out sa Region 4A, and if I may say, I think one of the beneficiaries sa Region 4A ay ang isang cooperative natin dyan, yung BEPCO, no? And again, dun sa Region 12. So hopefully within the year ay masimulan tong project na to. And by second half of, or towards the end of first half of next year, we will be able to have more or less data na maipakita natin kung maganda ba yung naging rollout nitong project na to. As regards po doon sa brand ng mga test kits na gagamitin natin, meron tinitignan ang ating laboratory, no? Lahat naman yan ay dumadaan doon sa licensing. But kahapon po, if I may add, nakipag-usap tayo sa FDA, and ang FDA po, alam naman natin, they are actually insisting on their authority to have an oversight dun sa registration ng mga produkto ng biologics, kasama na yung test kits dyan, no? And sa BAI naman ay pinapangatawanan natin yung special law that guides the registration of this product. So sa kasalukuyan po mag-uusap pa muli yung dalawang ahensya doon sa bagay na ito, and we are again reiterating our request na ibalik ito sa PAI, at mukhang open naman po ang FDA, and hopefully we will have a progressive discussion in the coming days. Now, yung brand na tinatawag natin, of course, wala naman po tayong predilection sa brand. May standard po na tinitingnan ng ating laboratory, at kung yun namang produkto na to ay walang problema at pasok doon sa tinitingnan ng mga standard sa ating laboratory, by all means, Doc, wala pong problema. At Doc Mel, if I may add, kasi di ba sa testing natin sa avian influenza, we do serology, ELISA, para doon sa influenza. So once nag-positive siya sa influenza A, we do the subtyping of H and N. And sa kasalukuyan, yung subtyping na to ay nasa BAI lang. Pero we are working na makapacitate din yung ating mga regional diagnostic laboratories. Sa Mindanao po, unahin siguro natin yung effort ng Region 12 na magawa ito. And if sa private sector ay magagawa din po ito, wala pong problema sa amin. Para nang sa ganun, mas maraming option at maraming pupuntahan yung ating mga stakeholders. Thank you, Doc.
All right. Thank you very much, Director Reildrin. Because of time, this is going to be the last. This is not a question, but it's more of a comment for you, Dr. Reildrin. This is coming from the Federation of Gamefowl Breeders Association. And sabi ni Arnel Año, thank you for inviting stakeholders to participate in the AI surveillance program to help empower LGU in helping gamefowl breeders. We are interested to participate, Doc. Hope we can meet soon and discuss the details in your office.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so that wraps up our open forum. Thank you very much, Director Morales, Attorney Irwin Ambal, and Attorney Bong Inciong. Back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much to our speakers, Attorney Elias Jose M. Inciong, Attorney Irwin M. Ambal, and Dr. Reildrin Morales. Thank you also, Dr. Umandal, for moderating the session. And at this point, we will have a 15-minute break, so please do stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCPP Poultry School Online 2022. I hope you all had a good coffee break because moving forward, we will now start our avian influenza forum. This will be moderated again by no less than Dr. Mel Umandal.
Welcome back to our morning plenary session. Again, to remind you of our program flow, there will be two presenters, Dr. Arlene Vytiaco and Dr. Dennis Umali. Yes, you can ask questions, and you may type your questions in the chat box. After the presentations, there will be an open forum wherein your questions will be addressed by Drs. Vytiaco and Dr. Umali, and they will be joined by Dr. Arnel Bustamante, Attorney Bong Inciong, and Attorney Irwin Ambal. Please do not forget to give an evaluation and take the quiz by going back to the PSOL website.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next paper to be presented for this morning session is the 2022 AI Outbreaks, Government Actions and Current Challenges.
Our fourth speaker earned her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine at the University of the Philippines in Los Baños, Laguna. She holds various positions at the Bureau of Animal Industry since 1984 up to the present. Currently, she is Veterinarian 4 at the Bureau of Animal Industry. She is an associate member of the Philippine College of Veterinary Epidemiologists since 2019 up to present. She is the head of the Veterinary Epidemiology section at the Bureau of Animal Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the focal person of avian influenza, Bureau of Animal Industry, Dr. Arlene Asteria Vytiaco.
A pleasant good morning to all. I am honored to present to you the 2022 AI Outbreaks, Government Actions, and Current Challenges. The Philippines had its first incursion of highly pathogenic avian influenza in a commercial chicken layer farm in San Luis, Pampanga, which was declared on August 16, 2017. Subsequent cases were in a commercial quail farm in Jaén and in a commercial layer farm in San Isidro and Cabiao, all in Nueva Ecija. Our second H5N6 outbreak was in a commercial quail farm in Jaén, Nueva Ecija, which was declared on March 16, 2020. There was another outbreak in a commercial layer farm in San Luis, Pampanga in July, and in two backyard farms with game fowls, native chickens, and ducks in Taytay, Rizal in September. This year, we had another incursion of HPAI, and it was of subtype H5N1. The index case was in a commercial duck farm in Baliwag, Bulacan, except for a lone case of H5N8 in a commercial duck farm in Pampanga. All succeeding cases were H5N1, which affected almost all avian species, including turkeys, geese, pigeons, and pet birds. From January to August 25, 2022, we have a total of 221 cases and 232 affected avian facilities, with recorded mortalities of 215,000 and more than 1.4 million heads culled. As of August 25, there are 9 affected regions, 18 provinces, 66 municipalities, and 130 barangays. From August 18 to 25, there are 4 new cases of H5N1. 3 are in Pampanga, affecting 1 commercial quail farm and 1 commercial duck farm in Candaba and a backyard farm in Magalang. Gapan, Nueva Ecija had its first case affecting a backyard farm. From the 18 affected provinces, Camarines Sur in Region 5 and Davao del Sur in Region 11 have been declared as AI-free provinces as per DA Memo Circular Number 20, dated June 30, 2022. For a province to be considered as having recovered from AI, surveillance in the 1 kilometer quarantine area and 7 kilometers surveillance area must have been completed with negative AI test results. Stamping out, cleaning and disinfection of all affected farms have been conducted, and if there are infected commercial farms, said farms should have a BAI AI-free certification after the successful completion of the 35-day restocking period with sentinel birds. Restocking is not applicable if the confirmed cases come from pasture-based, grazing, or free-range system. Let us have a look at the AI status per city and municipality as of August 25, 2022. Of the 66 cities and municipalities which have reported AI cases, 31 have no reported case for more than 90 days. 5 have no reported case for 61 to 90 days. 10 have no reported case for 31 to 60 days. 12 have reported cases for less than 31 days, and 8 have recovered. In Benguet, 7 out of 13 had AI cases. Of this, only Sablan and Atok had recent cases. Tabuk City in Kalinga also had a case less than 31 days ago. San Carlos, Pangasinan had its first case less than 31 days ago. In Isabela, Kawayan City and Alicia had a case more than 90 days ago. In Region 3, all of the provinces were affected except for Zambales. In Pampanga, 14 of its 21 municipalities are affected, with 6 having cases less than 30 days ago. In Bataan, only Hermosa was affected, with its 2 AI cases being reported more than 90 days ago. In Bulacan, Baliwag and San Rafael had no reported case more than 90 days ago, but San Ildefonso had a case less than 31 days ago. 4 municipalities were affected in Tarlac, with the last case being reported in San Jose more than 60 days ago. In Nueva Ecija, 11 of its 32 municipalities had AI cases. All, except for the ones in Capan and Cabiao, had been reported more than 90 days ago. In Region 4A, Laguna was the first to be affected, with Victoria, San Pedro, and Los Baños having cases more than 90 days ago. There was a recent case in Pangil reported more than 30 days ago. Rodriguez Rizal and Candelaria Quezon had AI cases more than 30 days ago. In Region 5, only Camarines Sur was affected, and it has already been declared as AI-free. In Mindanao, there were 3 regions affected. Davao del Sur, in Region 11, has also been declared as AI-free. In Region 12, there were 3 provinces and 7 municipalities affected. Last detections were in Lutayan and Lebac more than 30 days ago. Maguindanao had a lone case in Ampatuan more than 90 days ago. Here is the summary of the AI-affected avian facilities as of August 25, 2022. The cases in CAR were in 9 backyard farms and 3 live bird markets. In Pangasinan, the lone case was in a commercial chicken layer farm. The detections in Isabela were in a chicken layer farm and a backyard farm. In Region 3, the chicken layer farms were the most affected with 66 cases. Second were the backyard duck farms with 23 cases. Other avian facilities affected were a chicken broiler breeder farm in Nueva Ecija, 5 game fowl farms in Pampanga, and 1 holding yard in Tarlac. In Region 5, all 10 cases were in backyard duck farms. The source of infection were the ducks which were transported from Nueva Ecija for the Balik Provincia program of the province. In Mindanao, almost all of the cases were in duck farms, but there was also a detection in a live bird market. Out of the 232 facilities, the most affected were the backyard duck farms with 71 or 31%, followed by commercial chicken layer farms with 68 or 30%. Third is the backyard farms with multiple avian species with 29 or 13%. Let me show you the map of Pampanga, which has 108 affected farms, or almost half of the total number of affected farms nationwide. Somehow, we will have a picture of how the disease is spread in Pampanga and how certain municipalities had a reincursion of AI. The first detection was in Candaba in January, affecting 3 quail farms. In February 10, there were detections in 4 farms in Mexico. By the end of the month, Santa Ana had its first case. By March, San Luis was infected, with cases continuing until early June. By late April, until first week of May, San Simon, Apalit, Guagua, and San Fernando were infected. Then, cases were detected in Mexico and San Luis again. The infection further spread to Bacolor, Santo Tomas, and Minalin, then moved upward to Arayat and also to Porac. Mexico, Magalang, and Candaba all got infected again. The municipalities along the borders, Mabalacat, Angeles, Florida Blanca, Lubao, Sasmuan, Masantol, and Macabebe remained AI-free. This map shows the areas with AI cases represented by yellow triangles versus the AI critical areas, which are color-coded as follows: red for high-risk level, orange for medium, and peach for low. In the 2020 AIPP Manual of Procedures, the criteria for identifying the high-risk areas are the following: presence of migratory or resident wild birds, presence of duck grazing areas, density of duck population, density of commercial poultry population, proximity to rivers and other bodies of water, presence of farms with poor biosecurity, presence of farms with multiple species reared, presence of live bird markets, unregulated trading of poultry commodities, and history of AI cases. You will notice that Region 3, which has the most number of cases, has high level of risk. And this is because almost all of the risk factors are present in this region. I will be showing you some pictures of the different risk factors which were actually taken while we were conducting disease investigation and surveillance activities. One of the risk factors with highest level of risk are the migratory and resident wild birds and free-flying birds. Nestled at the top of the trees are egrets. The one on the left is inside an affected commercial duck farm, while the one on the left is in the affected layer farm. These small birds are called tiririt, and this was taken in one of the affected duck farms. Rivers and other bodies of water, such as irrigation canal and swamps, are risk factors since they could be contaminated with the AI virus due to the presence of migratory and resident wild birds and to dead birds thrown into said bodies of water. The Kulkul layer farm is an example of an area with dense poultry population. You could see from this aerial shot the huge number of poultry farms and their close proximity to each other, which highly favor the spread of infection. Free grazing ducks may spread infection by grazing in areas which have been contaminated with the virus coming from migratory and resident wild birds. In this slide, you will see that the manure has overflowed into the pathways. Dead birds were thrown into the pond and grassland, and cages were overcrowded and dirty. Grazing waterfowls, which are natural reservoir of AI viruses with other avian species such as chicken and turkeys, is a risk factor for mutation from a low to highly pathogenic strain. Live bird markets pose a risk on spread of AI because there have been several instances where the birds being sold came from infected poultry farms. Different types of birds are often together in one cage, and this also favors mutation of the AI virus. Proximity to rice fields is also a risk factor since they are frequented by egrets. In response to the avian influenza outbreak, the following are the disease control activities being implemented by the government veterinary authorities. We have regular consultative meetings with poultry stakeholders and coordination with the concerned DA regional field offices and local government units. Upon confirmation of positive HPAI, H5N1 case, immediate culling and proper disposal of all remaining birds in the affected farms are conducted. Simultaneously, surveillance within the 1-kilometer quarantine zone around the infected farm is carried out. Disease investigation is crucial to confirm a suspect case of AI, establish the possible source of infection, and follow up on the possible spillover of infection. Weekly AI status updates are sent to DA regional field offices, LGUs, NMIS, PCMVLP, and other related agencies. AI case reports or notifications are submitted regularly to the World Organization for Animal Health. Our quarantine measures include the following: issuance of policies on transport or movement requirement. The latest is Memorandum Circular Number 27, dated June 30, 2022. Animal quarantine checkpoints are established in strategic locations. Activities include the UV light disinfection of all table eggs and disinfection of outgoing vehicles. Balot and table eggs are subjected to UV radiation at ports and seaports. We have collaboration with the Biodiversity Management Bureau in the collection of samples from wild birds. This particular activity was conducted in Batangas City, where we collected fresh droppings from swallows as they settled to roost in electrical wirings. We are faced with the following challenges as we work to control and eventually eradicate the HPAI reincursion. There is an influx of samples for AI diagnosis, and the regional laboratories have limited capacity to handle them. To support the AI testing in government laboratories, BAI has issued MC number 28 on granting of authority to private laboratories to conduct AI testing during outbreak for the purpose of transport of poultry and poultry products, except ducks. Also, to strengthen and capacitate the regional laboratories, distribution of RT-PCRs and AI test kits is in the pipeline. This slide shows the private laboratories authorized to conduct AI testing. There are 5 in Metro Manila, 2 in Pasig, 1 in Caloocan, 1 in Cubao, and 1 in Makati. In Region 3, there are 3 in Pampanga and 1 in Bulacan. In Region 4A, there is 1 in Santo Tomas, Batangas, and 1 in San Mateo, Rizal. In Mindanao, there are 3 laboratories and all are in Bukidnon. Current challenges include the following. Number 1, resistance of farmers against sample collection and other disease control measures. We have recommended for the LGUs to issue memo or ordinances which will compel farmers to follow prescribed guidelines and protocols. Number 2, delayed or non-reporting of suspect cases. To encourage early reporting, we urge the DA regional field offices to expedite the processing of indemnification fund. And we have drafted the memo on the granting of cash assistance to AA-affected farms, where we adjusted the amount of indemnification. To address the non-reporting of suspect cases, LGUs have to ensure active disease monitoring and surveillance by mobilizing barangay biosecurity officers. Number 3, local executive ordinances are not aligned with BAI transport guidelines. We are in constant collaboration or consultation with PCMVLP to ensure uninterrupted food supply chain and prevent trade disruption. And fourth is the illegal transport of poultry. This could be addressed by the establishment of checkpoints and by the temporary suspension of live bird markets. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arlene, Asteria v. Vytiaco. The last paper to be presented for this morning plenary session is Global Updates on H5N1, HPAI, Systematic Review of Epidemiology, Prevention, and Control of Emerging Variant Strains.
Our fifth speaker is a doctor of veterinary medicine from the University of the Philippines at Los Baños and graduated in 2007. He has a master's degree from the same university and Doctor of Philosophy in Veterinary Science in Yamaguchi University in Yamaguchi City, Japan from 2009 up to 2014. He is an associate professor from the Department of Veterinary Clinical Sciences, College of Veterinary Medicine, UPLB from 2017 to 2020. He is a professor at the Department of Veterinary Clinical Science, UPCVM, from 2021 to present. He is also the Director of Internal Operations at Japan Poultry Industry Science and Technology Research Association from 2012 to present, visiting researcher at the College of Veterinary Medicine, Osaka Prefecture, University, Japan, from May 2014 up to present. UP Scientist 1 at University of the Philippines System, 2016 WBPA Young Poultry Veterinarian of the Year, Outstanding Young Scientist of the Philippines in 2015 by the National Academy of Science and Technology. He is currently an independent livestock and poultry consultant from July 2014 up to present. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dennis Umali.
Good day, everyone. First and foremost, we would like to congratulate Doc Esme San Pedro, Doc Jun Romo, Dean Noel Lumbo, and PCPP for the very successful organization of this important event. Thank you very much for the invitation to present a topic entitled Global Updates on H5N1 HPAI, with particular emphasis on the systematic review of epidemiology, prevention, and control of emerging variant strains. To be able to understand the latest on HPAI, it is very important to go back in time. And apologies sa ating ibang viewers dahil malamang ay napanood na natin yung mga first few slides ng presentation na ito. But these slides are important foundations to be able to have a complete picture and understand where are we right now and where are we possibly going. Now, as we all know, avian influenza is a very old disease. It was first reported in 1878 as fowl plague and described as a respiratory disease causing high mortality in chickens. Then something happened in 1997, and because of that, H5N1 became the most important animal disease of the 21st century. And that is the occurrence of the 1918 flu pandemic, or also known as the Spanish flu, wherein during this historic event, around 500 million people got infected with the virus, which resulted to around 100 million deaths, or a total of 6% of the total human population at that time. And through molecular medicine, the dynamics of flu pandemic in humans were elucidated. After the Spanish flu, there was the Asian flu in 1957, then the Hong Kong flu in 1968, followed by the Russian flu and the swine flu. Through genetic sequencing of historical samples, interestingly, it was found out that the Spanish flu probably started as a bird flu virus, specifically an H1N1, that was able to cross the species barrier and was transmitted to humans. Then, interestingly, the Asian flu is actually the H1N1 virus or the Spanish flu that reassorted with another bird flu virus in the form of H2N2. And the Hong Kong flu is actually the Asian influenza virus that reassorted with another bird flu virus, which is an H3. And because of that, authorities all over the world are predicting that the next flu pandemic could be an H3, an H2, or an H1 virus that might reassort with another bird flu virus. And because of that, experts around the world are calling the 1918 H1 influenza as the mother of all flu pandemics. Then let us discuss the notable bird flu outbreaks in poultry. No? So from 1959, when bird flu or avian influenza was first termed scientifically, there are around 44 notable viral HPAI lineages that were reported in poultry. Except for these three, almost all of these cases in poultry were controlled by stamping out or stamping out in combination with vaccination. So among the three, no, so at present, the H7N9 is a China problem, so limited to China. Itong H7N3 is limited to Mexico. But this outbreak in 1996, which initially started as H5N1, and right now we call it as H5NX, is a global problem and ongoing pa rin at this time period. And for today, we will be focusing on this particular outbreak. So in 1996 in Guangdong, a progenitor virus named Goose Guangdong 196 was first detected in a flock of goose that exhibited around 40% mortality. 1 year after, an H5N1 virus that descended from the Goose Guangdong was detected in chicken flocks, no, with high mortality in Hong Kong. And in the same year, 18 human cases of H5N1 was reported in Hong Kong with a total of 6 mortalities or 33% case fatality rate. And because of this notable event, experts all over the world concluded that H5N1 could be the next human flu pandemic, and it became the poster boy of major media and news magazines worldwide. And as was explained a while ago, the Spanish flu is an H1, the Asian flu is an H2, and the Hong Kong flu is an H3, and suddenly we have an H5 virus. So all along, no? So the entire human race has no exposure to an H5. So if this virus will have a sustained human-to-human transmission, then as predicted, no, it could start a new flu pandemic. And from China and Hong Kong in 1996 and 1997, the H5N1 virus was detected in South Korea, Taiwan, and several countries in Southeast Asia from 2003 to 2006 during the so-called Asian HPAI episodic. Because of the poor biosecurity as well as the magnitude of the live bird market and the significant duck population in Southeast Asia, unfortunately, H5N1 became endemic in this region. And through the annual migration of wild birds, the H5N1 virus was spread to other parts of the world, particularly in Europe and North America. But because in these countries, biosecurity is at optimum and very good, these outbreaks were sporadic and were controlled through eradication and stamping out. Unfortunately, in the Middle East and Africa, where the level of biosecurity is comparable to Southeast Asia, H5N1 became endemic as well. At present, these regions, Southeast Asia, Far East Asia, particularly China, Middle East, and Africa, have become the reservoir of H5N1 virus. And while the virus was spreading across the world, as seen in this diagram, the H5N1 virus underwent several mutations through combinations of antigenic drift and reassortment resulting to the generation of different clades and genotypes with different subtypes. From the original Goose Guangdong, represented as G0, we are now at the 5th order clade, and among this clade, the most important to date is the clade 2.3.4.4 HPAI. So we will be focusing on the clade 2.3.4.4 HPAI. From 1996 to present, if we will plot all the cases of bird flu in poultry, it can be stated that the H5N1 outbreak had 5 major peaks or waves, which can be further subdivided into 2 general periods. We have the classic H5N1, represented by clade 2.2 and 2.3 before 2013. Then in 2013 onwards, we had the emergence of the H5NX, or the clade 2.3.4 viruses. Bali, for the H5NX, the H5 is the same as the classic H5N1. However, then came from different bird flu virus, no? So through reassortment. So notable among the H5N6 was the H5N6 that was responsible for the 2017 outbreak in Pampanga. The H5N8 was responsible in the biggest outbreak of bird flu in Europe in 2020. And right now, we have an ongoing global outbreak of H5N6, H5N1. Take note that H5N6 AIBs are becoming less pathogenic in birds, while some strains such as the H5N6 retain their lethal characteristics in humans. Now let us discuss the evolution of the H5N6 AIB, or also known as the clade 2.3.4 avian influenza. So originally, this clade has 4 groups, Group A and Group B, also known as H5N8, and Group C and Group D, also known as H5N6. H5N8 first originated in China, as we can see in the blue and red arrows, which then spread to Siberia, to Europe, and then to Middle East, particularly in Egypt and Africa. While H5N6 originated in China in 2014, then spread to East Asia and Southeast Asia, including the Philippines in 2017. Then from then on, clade 2.3.4.4 diversified further, leading to the emergence of novel groups such as Group E, F, G, and H. With regards to the current H5N1 outbreak, we will be focusing our discussion on the Group B, H5N8. As mentioned, so from the Middle East, particularly in Egypt and Africa, the virus was detected in Eurasia in 2020, and then the Netherlands in 2021. And the H5N8 virus underwent further reassortment, which led to the emergence of 3 major H5N8 subtypes. The original clade 2.3.4.4b H5N8, then clade 2.3.4.4b H5N5, and then we have the clade 2.3.4.4b H5N1. Take note that from October 2020 to September 2021, H5N8 was the dominant virus. However, from October 2021 to present, there was a shift in cases, no? And H5N1 became the dominant virus. So from this point onwards, we will be focusing on the H5N1 clade 2.3.4.4b. The clade 2.3.4.4b H5N1 was first detected in the Netherlands and Italy, and its genetic constellation is quite unique because, as we can see, no, so majority of its genes were derived from low-path AI viruses from wild birds in Eurasia. However, yung backbone nito, yung H5 niya and matrix, no, ay nanggaling dito sa virus na ito, no, Eurasian, Vision, Netherlands 1, 2020, like backbone. While the rest, yung green, ay from different low-path AI from wild birds in Eurasia. As a consequence, this H5N1 was observed to have a wider range of detection and sustained maintenance in wild and resident birds in Europe and in Eurasia. And because of the magnitude of wild bird infection, this H5N1 spread rapidly in Europe. So from Netherlands, Italy, kumalat siya sa Europe, then in some parts of Africa and Asia, including the United States of America. And take note, in a very short period of time, no? And this H5N1 virus was responsible for the most serious damage of HPAI to wildlife in Israel in December 2021. In the same month, Italy became the worst affected country in Europe. And this virus was also responsible for the worst outbreak of AIB in the history of Northern Ireland. Furthermore, this virus was responsible for the biggest ever outbreak of bird flu in the history of Great Britain, and worst bird flu outbreak in the history of Spain, and the worst bird flu outbreak in the history of France. And starting this March 2022, this virus was also detected in the US and was responsible for the second biggest outbreak of bird flu in their country, wherein 45 out of 50 states in the US were infected. And unfortunately, this virus is also responsible for the worst outbreak of bird flu virus in the Philippines. Some notable notes on clade 2.3.4.4b H5N1. So as mentioned, starting October 2021, nagkaroon ng shift ng cases, no, from H5N8 naging H5N1. So there was passing of the baton. And interestingly, no, so actually that H5N1 is actually an H5N8 pa rin, no, that recombined with LPI viruses. So si H5N8 underwent major mutations giving rise to several H5N-X. Sa Germany alone, aside from H5N1 and H5N5 that we explained a while ago, meron na ring H5N3 and H5N4 and several genotypes ng H5N8. Now, where are we going? Interesting to note na as of the moment, itong si H5N1 ay continuous na nag-undergo ng several mutations. At present, ay meron na siyang 16 subgenotypes. So, from G1, no? So, meron ng G16. And furthermore, upon further genetic sequencing, it was observed na itong si H5N1 is actually a reassortant of 5 different viruses. The backbone is from the Eurasian region. Ito yung Eurasian region, which is a species ng duck. And some of the component proteins, no? Itong si B2 and NP genes ay nanggaling kay Gadwall, Shani, H3N-like virus, and the rest ay nanggaling sa other duck species. So predominantly, yung genetic cancellation niya ay galing sa mga viruses na nanggaling sa duck and different species of ducks. At present, again, meron 16 genotypes na na-detect, and yung most prevalent ay si G1. In Asia, aside from G1, present na rin si G7 and G14, plus in China, ay meron ng G9 and G10. So it's not unlikely that in the coming years, and because of the magnitude of the current outbreak, ay from 5th order clade, then magkaroon na tayo ng 6th order clade. So from clade 2.3.4.4b, baka meron ng 2.3.4.4b point something in the near future. So some notes on the clinical profile. Because majority of the components of the current H5N1 ay from low-path AI viruses, medyo different yung kanyang profile as compared to the classic H5N1 noong early 2000. No? So in Italy, which was the worst affected country in 2021, they observed cases ng silent infection sa broilers. No? So this is an example farm, so 2 flocks, no? So 60 days old, 57 na harvest. This was the time na detect yung bird flu through sampling, time of investigation, but interestingly, halos walang mortality, no? So in this study, so in their investigation, 24 out of 230 or 10.4% of cases ng H5N1 in broilers I observed to have the absence of clinical signs, and furthermore, ay wala ring mortality. And interestingly, upon lab testing, no, so negative siya sa ELISA, and yung mga kinuwang sample sa live birds at tinest for PCR, no, yung tracheal and cloacal swabs from the live birds were also negative in the lab test. However, yung mga lab results from dead birds, yun yung mga positive, but very low titers yung na-detect dun sa mga positive na dead birds. And from their investigation on 24 out of 230 flocks, ito yung kanilang conclusion. Samples originating from dead birds resulted a more rapid and sensitive tool for the early detection of clade 2.3.4.4b H5N1 infection in the broiler sector. And based on their findings, the recommendation, no, aside sa live birds, kinukuha yung sample, so they recommended na dapat merong weekly pool sampling of dead birds or bucket sampling. Para in case mag-negative sa mga live birds, may bird flu, chances are baka ma-detect yung virus sa mga dead birds. Another notable differences nitong current H5N1 nito ay ang kanyang profile sa pigeons. No? So all along since 1997, pigeons and doves were not recognized to be part of the AI epidemiology despite the increasing cases of AI in wild birds. The reason is something to do with the receptors. No? So as we all know, bird flu, ang kanyang preferred receptor yung alpha-2,3 na sialic acid. And this alpha-2,3 kakaunti lang sa pigeons. And in the pigeon, they are located deep in the lower respiratory tract. So as we can see in this picture, no, so yung mga pula, no, so halos negative yung receptors dito sa pigeons. However, because of the current magnitude ng wild bird infection ng current H5N1, pigeon cases are starting to be reported worldwide, especially in Europe. And it was concluded that this current H5N1 ay currently ongoing adaptation sa pigeons, kaya nagkakaroon ng mga cases both in wild and domestic pigeons, such as in this case report. Now, in terms of gross lesions, no, so for chickens and ducks, as a general guide, the predominant lesions of this current strain of H5N1 are as follows. So externally, nandiyan yung cyanosis, but internally, we can see pancreatic necrosis, such as in this picture, splenic necrosis, in this picture, petechial hemorrhages, especially in the peritoneum, petechial hemorrhages in the proventriculus. And take note, no, especially in ducks and in some chickens, no, so we can see hydropericardium and ascites. So basically, para siyang ND na merong hydropericardium and ascites. So, but nonetheless, walang halos pathognomonic lesions for this particular strain. So laboratory analysis is still important for confirmation. Based on all the data that we presented, let us now discuss the topic on where are we possibly going. The great thing about HPAI is that this virus is very well studied. Its prevalence across time periods and places are already carefully analyzed. And from this data, no, global data, it can be predicted na dahil sa association niya sa wild migration patterns, meron tayong seasonal and temporal prevalence ng bird flu. At the breeding site, particularly Eurasia, Alaska, and Siberia, HPAI cases normally peaks during August to September after the breeding season. During the autumn migration, because of the high number of juvenile birds with naive immune system, as well as the close contact among the birds in the breeding areas. While at the migration site, like Candaba swamp in the Philippines, theoretically, so prevalence of HPAI will be at the highest during the months of February to April, during the spring migration, when migratory birds are at peak in the Philippines or in these migration areas. So in theory, during the autumn migration, bird flu viruses are introduced by wild birds, especially in migratory areas. Example, Candaba swamp. And then due to commingling of birds with domestic ducks, these are spread in other areas. Now, technically, cases should decrease from April to October, as we can see in this diagram. However, in case may increase, in case may anomaly, then it's highly likely na meron tayong lateral spread due to movement of infected poultry. Kasi technically, wala nang mga migratory birds during this period. And in case there will be no effective intervention, or we will just let the virus behave according to its natural behavior, and because magdadatingan na yung mga wild birds this September, and in case continuous pa rin yung movement ng ating mga infected poultry, then theoretically, so based on this diagram, bird flu cases could potentially further escalate if no effective intervention will be put in place. And the good thing with bird flu viruses ay may mga mathematical models na developed. Same with COVID, there are several mathematical models available to predict the possible spread of infection. And among these models, yung pinakamadaling gamitin is si SIR model. But yun nga lang, for these models to be useful, napakaraming variables and assumptions na kailangan natin gawin. In other countries, they can use these models kasi complete yung kanilang mga epidemiological data. But in general, so in general, assuming a low infection transmission rate in consideration of, for example, H5N6 yung ating pina-forecast, under a do-nothing scenario, wala tayong gagawin, we will just let the virus behave according to its natural behavior at walang intervention based on the model. So peak of cases in a bird population will be observed around 40 days. And then continuous iyan until ma-infect yung buong flock at maubos yung lahat ng birds depende sa mortality rate. So critical yung 40 days. On another note, sa another side of the equation, using incubation period, the incubation period of bird flu is 3 to 14 days. For regulatory, in-extend yan ng 21 days, safety margin. So OIA manual or sa USD or FAO manual, yung bilangan normally ay 2 times incubation period, which is 42 days, or 3 times incubation period, which is 63 days. So in short, altogether, anong ibig sabihin niya, So in case may bird flu sa farm or sa area, in a do-nothing scenario, within 42 days, ay dapat magpakita ng signs yung mga cases na iyon doon sa farm. And kung walang intervention na gagawin, so ito yung ating general guide na ginagamit sa ating personal na practice. So suppose the index case was infected in December, and as again, in a do-nothing scenario, using this mathematical model in this incubation period, suppose the index case was infected in December, so yung clinical signs nung infected flock should show around February 2022. And in a do-nothing scenario, so there could be cluster of cases or farm-to-farm transmission around March 2022. Then from the index case, in case biosecurity is not good, then accidentally, unfortunately, may mga infected birds or fomites na nag-transmit ng virus into another farm or area. So March, so that farm will show clinical signs around May, and magkakaroon na ng mga cluster of cases again, kung hindi maganda yung biosecurity around June. And suppose from these infected clusters ay may nakapunta sa ibang area ng June. So magpipik yan ng September. And again, September to April is very important because of the wild bird migration. So in case there are active cases in the north, and sasabayan ng wild bird migration, yung mga viruses that could be carried by wild birds ay most probably magpapakita yan ng January to February. So in short, in the next few months, at least at the farm level, we really need to secure and beef up our biosecurity because the risks are there, especially in this coming migration season. Another important note, it is well known that HPAI outbreaks come in waves. There's always a first wave, followed by second wave, and so on. And palit ng palit yung damage, no? So this is an example of initial cases of H5N1 in Vietnam. So suppose that the first wave will theoretically peak around November to January because of the arrival of the migratory birds. So when will be the second wave and succeeding waves? It's quite difficult to forecast, no? But again, we have to always be prepared because with the big outbreak, laging may second wave, third wave, and so on. And it is well known that birds from the family Anatidae or waterfowls and Laridae, seabirds and gulls are the reservoirs of AI, so they can carry the virus without showing clinical signs. And similar to African swine fever, no? Yung counterpart ng swill feeding sa ASF ay commingling ng ducks sa domestic poultry, especially yung mga ducks na nag-come in contact sa wild birds. And itong mga ducks na to, yung mga free-ranging ducks will come in contact with commercial poultry, either in quails or layer farms. Kaya to prevent future bird flu outbreaks, we have to help and provide technical assistance and support sa duck sector. Otherwise, after this outbreak, kung makontrol natin, ay highly likely na magkaka-problem ulit tayo in the future if we will not do something pagdating sa ating mga duck farmers, no? Then due to commingling with wild birds and free-ranging ducks, ang ating mga predators like raptors and crows ay nai-infect, as well as yung ating mga cosmopolitan birds. In Europe and US, so they can detect bird flu in house sparrows. In Indonesia, nakaka-detect sila ng H9 sa cattle egrets, but for this current H5N1 strain, no, the role of cattle egrets ay hindi pa clear. But nonetheless, we have to be very careful with these birds. And as mentioned, HPAI outbreaks come in waves. And since 1996, there have been 5 notable HPAI outbreaks. And take note, based on mathematics, no? A big HPAI outbreak normally happens every 3 to 5 years. And every time period, may ibang strain na nai-involve, no? So again, the reason has something to do with wild bird migration. So the first time that H5N1 spread and devastated Southeast Asia during the Asian HPAI episodic, it took around 3 years in duration. So why 3 to 5 years? Again, maraming reason, but based on mathematical modelings, again, no, and several assumptions such as the one presented here, in a do-nothing scenario, and we will just let the virus behave normally, under a disease-free or endemic scenario, a major outbreak will normally range from 1,000 to 1,500 days. And after nun, naturally, mag-stop siya, no? Because na-infect na lahat ng manok. And 1,000 to 1,500 days is around 3 to 5 years. Medyo magic na nag-align yung mga numbers, pero that's the wonder of mathematics, especially biomathematics. And they can be used, assuming tama yung mga data, to predict an outbreak. And last but not the least, given all the data that was presented, we should always prepare for the possibility of a prolonged outbreak. Although government agencies, LGUs, and stakeholders are doing all their best to control the outbreak, medyo matindi talaga itong circulating na H5N1 na ito. In the US, na napakaganda ng biosecurity, take note, 45 out of 50 states got infected. In Europe, na maganda din ang biosecurity, they had the worst outbreak in their history, this 2021 and 2022. So to survive in these difficult times, we have to prepare our operations for a possibility of a second wave, third wave, and so on. And there might also come a point in time when disease control, especially yung movement restriction, will result to huge economic losses because of the disruptions on supply chain due to LGU lockdowns and trade restrictions. No? So there are good models that are available to balance disease control and business continuity, such as the secure poultry supply of the USDA and these universities. So the stakeholders should explore the possible creation of similar programs to ensure the continuity of business under a prolonged AI scenario. In summary, based on the global distribution of HPAI outbreaks, generally it is not unlikely, no? So as we can see in this picture, it is not unlikely that AIB will be here to stay. So inihintay lang natin, no? So either it will stay like this one, na may sporadic outbreaks during migration season that can be contained, or it will stay here in an endemic situation, especially in areas with high duck population. No? So of course, ito yung gusto natin, but we have to be ready in case maging endemic siya sa areas na mataas ang ating duck population. So as such, at this early period in time, we need to learn on how to adapt and live with the virus. So we have to beef up our biosecurity and start studying how to compartmentalize our operations. Not only the government, no, but our farmers should strengthen their internal diagnostic capabilities so that rapid response can be implemented in case may outbreak sa operations. And as a whole, the industry should find ways on how to secure the supply chain and promote continuity of business plan under an environment with prolonged HPAI cases. That's all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis Umali. We will now proceed the open forum. Now we call on screen our two speakers, Dr. Arlene Vytiaco and Dr. Dennis Umali, for the open forum to be moderated by Dr. Mel Umandal. May we also call our panelists, namely Attorney Bong Inciong, President of the United Broiler Raisers Association, together with Attorney Irwin Ambal, President, Philippine Egg Board Association.
Again, good morning, friends and colleagues. We will, as mentioned, we will be joined online by our panelists, Dr. Arnel, Attorney Irwin, and Attorney Bong, plus our two presenters. And just like before, I will be reading questions from the participants, and our speakers and panelists will address. So let's start with our discussion. I would like to first throw the question to, to the panelists, of course. So Dr. Arnel, as a practitioner, from the presentation of Dr. Arlene Vytiaco, what is your take on the perceived different interpretation of LGU vet offices on the national memo release, which results to more difficult movement of poultry commodities? I would also request Attorney Bong to share his perspective as President of UBRA, and of course Dr. Vytiaco as focal person for avian influenza of the Bureau of Animal Industry.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Can you hear me, Doc Mel?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
The question is the perceived confusion. Well, Personally, as a practitioner, I am in the private sector, but looking at all our colleagues in PCPP, they're in so much confusion as to what to follow and what are the requirements regarding the requirements of how we are going to trade or to what you call this to ship our poultry from different area to another area. It's confusing to me because of the different regulations of the different local government units. It seems that according to Dr. Arlene, there's no connect, no? So to speak, walang connect eh, walang connect tayo with the ng BAI at saka ng local government units. I don't know if the local government units, because of the special authority given to them, they can already give their own interpretation of these memos. But to me, my take is talagang nakaka-confuse, no? So as you well know, my wife is a provincial veterinarian. So ang inaano ko na lang dito is I just listen to her and keep abreast with the new memos. But definitely it's confusing. Although I want to help other clients, no? I would imagine as a practitioner, as a consultant, nakaka-confuse talaga.
So, pakinggan naman natin yung masasabi ni Attorney Bong with regards to the same question, looking at the perspective of a stakeholder.
Well, Doc, good morning to everyone. Doc, good morning.
Morning.
Definitely we have a problem, and the way things have turned out, we are far from the standard on how this thing is handled around the world. I've been talking to the Americans on how they deal with this matter because they have a federal system. Theoretically, they are more centralized and their states are more powerful. But I have been made to understand by people from the American Embassy in the United States, pag sinabi ng USDA ganito, sunod. Hindi katulad dito na kanya-kanyang republika. In fairness to the BAI, their guidelines are very reasonable and based on consultations, and it is for everyone's interest. But for some reason, there are LGUs who would want to go their own way, and it causes damage. Maybe not immediately, but for example, in the loading of breeders for broilers, everyone in the industry knows may disruption na dyan. So I think it is unfair that we leave the matter of talking to the LGUs to the BAI. At the minimum, it should be at the level of the Secretary of Agriculture. And if there is a major disruption already, to elevate it to the office of the President. Because if we keep on doing it this way, pag malaki na yung emergency, mas malaki yung problema, we will be facing a disaster. I think presently, medyo bumaba ang cases, pero what BAI should be doing would be to recommend to the Senior Undersecretary that there should be some interface already because Dr. Umali is correct. There may be a new first wave in the coming cold season. So this early, there should be some discussions already with the LGUs through number one, through the League of Municipalities, League of Provinces, and also through the Regional Development Councils, yung mga governor. And it should be based on hopefully persuasion. And I think this early, kasi if we wait for an incident or a case, magkakagulatan na naman yan ninervyusin. But if this early, the DA will interface with the LGUs, wala pang major case, I think people will be reasonable. And at least there's a good chance people will be reasonable dahil hindi biglaan. But if we wait again for a craze and then that would be the only time you interface, we will have the same result. And that is my request to the BAI, if they can recommend to the senior undersecretary and to the current Secretary of Agriculture who happens to be also the President of the Republic, agahan na para a system is already in place na sana hindi mangyari yung sinasabi ni Dr. Umali na may escalated emergency in the future. Pero this early, maghanda na tayo, and the first thing we should do is come to an understanding with the LGUs. Kasi reality, there is a law, there's a local government code, and this is a matter of leadership na. That is the reality of things. The system is LGUs will prevail. Now, as a matter of leadership, kung nagawa sa Amerika, federal system sila. Tayo, unitary tayo eh. Theoretically, dapat malakas ang ng presidente. But I think it should just be emphasized that if we do not have the system in place early on, we are very vulnerable, and it should not happen in an era where there is so much disruption already in our lives sa buong mundo. I do not have to elaborate, and this is something that we can prevent by early interface between the leadership of the current government and with the LGUs. People will be reasonable. We have to assume that people will be reasonable given time. Pero pag biglaan yan, ay siyempre, they will play it safe. That is all, Doc. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you very much, Attorney Bong. So, early interface, that is something that is one of the takeaway message dun sa binanggit mo. And I think this particular PCPP Poultry School is one of the perfect venue para mapag-usapan natin. Just like as we mentioned before, we have representations coming from the academe, from the stakeholders, and we also have the League of Municipalities, mga vets na nandito din. And this is the reason why we're putting everything in the table so that we can move forward. So, pakinggan naman natin yung opinion naman ni Attorney Irwin. As we know, Attorney Irwin is also representing the Philippine Egg Board, and one of the representation is yung mga long-lived birds. So, Attorney Irwin, if you have some additional input, please do so.
Sana I could share the same optimism with my panyero farmer na the coordination. Every threat na may AI, we've always push for this. And bias never been remiss, in fairness to BAI, to remind what do you call this, the LGU. But the problem is, lalo na pag nataon sa election, tapos naglabi yung mga farmers dyan. We've seen it happen in ASF. We've seen it happen sa AI. Yung iba may internal interest. If we leave the sole power to the LGU to make what do you call this, overarching, yung talagang malaking impact na banning on matters relating to quarantine, leaving out the national government, then we would still have a problem, even if coordinations will be made. And bias made a lot of coordinations with the local government. But the LGUs kept on making unreasonable ordinances. For Batangas in particular, I understand the situation, not because I come from there, because there's an egg basket. There are situations in which nakikita namin yung problem ng provincial vet. There's a big point there, but we've seen other LGUs talagang totally unreasonable, banning everything, even those coming from non-infected regions and island groups. So nakikita namin, this power has to be tempered. The LGU power on quarantine issuances has to be. I don't know if it's legally possible that national government can require by legislation that all restrictions relating to movements of agricultural product has to have the clearance of the Department of Agriculture, because the quarantine issues is primarily a national government function. And they only deputize or delegate some of its function by reason of cooperation to LGUs as a matter of cooperation. I think the DA has to be powerful enough for the simple reason that they have the technical capability. I don't like to ayokong malitin ang capability ng provincial vet. But in terms of information and the technology, yung sinasabi ni Dr. Dennis Umali, BAI has total grasp of the national scene. So the LGUs should be required to have clearances from the national government, specifically before they could implement or pass anything related to restrictions on the movement of agricultural product. This should be made a law. And sorry, I cannot. This has to be set in stone and not be left to simple persuasion by the national government. Parang nawawala yung power ng national government eh. And I think the LGU, that delegation of power is not total. That the LGU power is not total. There are limitations to it. I've used it. I pushed for a lot of ordinances on extraction of natural resources. But one thing is clear, that's not the total power of the LGU over the national government. The national government in certain instances should, and I think they should prevail over the LGU. The LGU has to get their clearances. And one of the most important is this relates to food security and also the right, what do you call this, yung sa matters of quarantine. And then the reverse also, I don't like to point a particular LGU. Matters like banning naman a particular industry like grazing, yung open pasture of livestock, which should be done by the LGU, but they're not doing it. The national government should have the power also to ban that at particular seasons, because identified like Dr. Dennis Umali, that the main culprit, that in the substantial transfer of the AI from the migratory bird is through the open grazing of the ducks, and it should be banned on a particular time of the year. But are we doing this? Is the LGU doing this? Would the LGU doing this, especially if it's right before an election? So yun yung factor eh. The LGU is so much, even against the wise advice of the capable provincial agriculture officer, they would still listen to the businessman, and because it's a stronger lobby. That's practical. So the national government has to have the power to limit this local government power. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your honest opinion, Attorney Irwin. So, lipat tayo ng konti dun sa science portion, ano? So, as we know, meron tayong mga panelists who are all vested dito sa ating industry. We have stakeholders. We also have practitioners. Now, we go to the academe naman. And as we know, it's a very good thing that Dr. Dennis Umali presented his particular topic, recent findings pagdating dun sa epidemiology of the disease. So, related to what I'm mentioning is this particular question. And Dr. Dennis, this is for you. What is the possible source of infection of the ongoing AI cases? Can AI be also spread by other means such as feed raw materials or animal byproducts, transport of finished feeds, especially mashed feeds, and flies? So, marami actually mga nakasunod pa dito, pero unahin muna nating bigyan ng kaukulang sagot itong unang question. Go ahead, Dr. Dennis.
Thank you, Doc Mel, for the very good question. But before I answer that, matagal kaming hindi nakita, so may nag-comment doon sa Viber group. Either daw ba masyado pang lumaki kaya lumit yung table, o malit lang talaga yung table dun sa screen. No? So, joke lang, no? Just to icebreaker lang sa seryosong topic. So, nice to see you again. About dun sa possible sources ng infection. So, as mentioned kanina dun sa lecture, technically, no, in not only the Philippines but in other countries for the H5N6, especially itong N8 and N1, so malaking factor talaga yung wild birds. Siya yung source ng index cases natin. And dun sa mga migratory areas, unfortunately, there are opportunities na mag-commingle ito sa ating mga free-ranging ducks, no? And other domestic na cosmopolitan na local birds. And from then, pag hindi maganda yung biosecurity ng farm, nagkakaroon na tayo ng infection sa commercial poultry. Now, after nun, no, lateral spread, no? So malaking factor na banggit kanina ni Atty. Ambal, so I believe sa kanyang presentation kanina, na yung movement ng infected poultry, unknowingly, no? Minsan yung mga biyahero hindi na alam na infected, o minsan alam ng biyahero pero patay malisa. So, it's a big source ng possible spread to other areas, particularly other regions in the Philippines. Now, dun sa question kanina, kung ang feeds ba pwede mag-transport. Now, may mga studies dyan sa US, no? So, they tried to investigate kung pwede ma-infect, and of course, pwedeng ma-infect. Yung next question is, saan yung nagiging sources of infection? Kasi pag alam yung source of infection, ma-prevent yung infection. So, several studies, no, started from the crops, no? Yung corn mismo, before processing, so tinaray nila, and then sa feed mill, and then down sa supply chain, no? So yung chances na ma-infect yung raw na mga crops, possible, no? Pero alam naman natin sa feed mill, pinaprocess yan. So yung heat, kung pellets, no, and crumbles, contaminated man, ma-deactivate yung virus. Now, in case naman na mass, at manggagaling doon sa raw crops mismo, so possible na ma-infect, contaminate, pero yung titer ng virus will be very, very low, diluted na masyado. So bottom line, kung feed ang angle na tinitingnan, so more of contamination dun sa storage and dun sa transportation. I think Doc Arlene ay mas marami siyang real-time saka real experience pagdating dun sa mga suspect na feeds dito sa or feed angle, no? Especially yung mga sacks and so on dito sa current outbreak natin. Now about flies, no? Flies can transmit a lot of diseases including bird flu. So yun ang problema kung dikit-dikit ang farm, no? Kahit mag-equip ka dyan ng perimeter fence mo, kaso yung manure and yung fly control napakahirap, especially sa Philippines. Very important fomites or vector yung fly. And other question niya is, Doc Mel, ano nga ulit yan?
Animal byproducts, were you able to address this already?
Animal byproducts.
Yeah. Pwede bang mag-transmit itong mga animal byproducts na kalimitang na isasama sa mga feed raw materials? I'm just reading the question verbatim.
Okay, so very good question. No? So sa ASF, more of possible angle yan. No? But for bird flu, wala namang chicken meal dun sa poultry feeds natin. No? Kung may animal byproducts ay wala akong nakikitang possible dun na contribution sa feed angle natin. So I hope I answered the question, Doc Mike. Again, yes. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again, Doc Dennis. And of course, pagka ikaw ang sumagot, as always, malinaw. Thank you. Balik tayo kay Doc Arlene. Kanina kasi nagkaroon tayo ng konting problema with regards dun sa kanyang signal. So balik tayo dun sa discussion natin with Doc Arlene. Ano? Doc Arlene actually presented a very good data. And one of the question here, Doc Arlene, ay ito. Are these updates readily accessible to stakeholders, veterinarians? And where can we access these updates? I think it has something to do with the slides in your presentation. So take it away, Dr. Arlene.
Yeah, po ulit sa lahat. Yeah, good. Thank you, Doc Mel. Weekly po, we are sending updates sa ating presentation. Sorry po, but I will have to seek the seek permission po from Dr. Reildrin Morales. Pero otherwise, yung mga iba, like kung AI status per municipality, yung mga affected avian facilities, yung mga yun po, pwede naman po, we could share that. Actually, sa PCMVLP, sa PCPP, di ba po, we are sending regular updates. Yung sa PCMVLP, related po yan sa kanilang mga issuances kasi yung kanina, yung sabi natin, hindi nakasynchronize yung or harmonize ang national with the LGU policies. That's the kasi ang isa po sa dahilan nila kasi they wanted to protect their border kasi hindi nila alam where are the AI cases. That's the reason po why weekly we send PCMVLP yung talagang details about where the AI cases are para alam po nila, mag-guide sila sa pag-i-issue ng mga ordinances kung saan dapat sila mag-stricto or not. Yun po. But yeah, yung mga basic na na-present ko, we could give them copies. Opo.
Thank you very much, Doc Arlene. So, para dun sa mga nakikinig sa atin ngayon, you can have access to the presentation either to the local government units or dun sa BAI, or if you know somebody from PCPP or from other organization that was mentioned by Doc Arlene, pwede rin may share ito. And that is a commitment naman ng ating focal person for avian influenza. Doc Arlene, may isa pa akong question. Actually, madami din ito, pero meron ditong isa na kanina ko pang nakikita. So, ang tanong dito is, how do you foresee the cases in the next few months? Of course, this is related to AI. What can we do to finally stop the spread of AI cases?
Okay, unang-una po, kasi di ba po parating na ang migration period. So, mabuti po, I'm so glad na na-mention Dr. Dennis na kumbaga kung ang katumbas ng swill feeding na risk factor sa ASF ay ang grazing ducks, ay yung grazing ducks natin kasi they are the ones na nagkakakommingle with the migratory birds. Yun ang isa sa mga risk factors natin sa AI. To answer yung kanina po, yung kay Dr. Ambal, or si Doc Inciong, Atty. Inciong ba yun na yung tungkol po sa pagbabawal sa grazing ducks, since 2004, meron na po tayong AO on that. Ang problema nga lang po, hindi talaga siya na-i-implement sa LGUs. Nung nagkaroon tayo ng outbreak noong 2017, nag-reiterate ulit kami sa mga governors na kung pwede, during migration period, ipagbawal talaga yung grazing ng ducks. So, kung sa akin po, kung mapipigilan natin yung pag-regraze ng ducks, especially ngayong papasok ng migration period, tapos sana po, yun na nga, kasi kung tungkol sa kaso, makikita po natin like for the past week, we only had one case. At saka, baga, talagang nasa Region 3 lang po ang mga kaso natin. For the rest of the regions, halos wala na po. So, mako-contain po natin siya. Yun lang nga, yung tama yung isang risk factor is yung from affected farms, illegally ita-transport sa ibang lugar. We have experienced that na habang nagkakal kami sa isang lugar, nakabukas kasi ang gate, freely po may pumapasok na traders at nagtatanong sila kung may binibenta daw pong mga manok. Yung ganun talagang inaabangan nila kung saan nagkakal ang may mga nagkakal, namimili sila para yun ang ibebenta nila, di ba po? So, yun, kung mapipigilan yun, then we can contain, really, ako po, I'm confident na mako-contain natin ang AI outbreak natin.
Arlene, and siguro, we're down to our last question. And since ikaw na yung nandito, I would like to throw this question. And actually, kanina pinag-uusapan namin dito sa loob. By the way, nandito kami ngayon sa UP Los Baños, and nandito kami sa Blink Studio. And kanina, of course, gusto namin mapag-usapan kung ano-ano yung mga issues ba na magandang maitanong at malaman ng karamihan sa ating mga nakikinig ngayon. So, Doc Arlene, ito ay isang question again coming from our audience, and nakasaad dito, and I will read it verbatim. Some ducks and quail farmers are afraid to report high mortalities or even suspect AI in their farm because they are afraid that they will not get financial support from our government. What is your comment on this?
Yeah, yun naman po, every time naman po pag may engagement kami with the LGUs, we tell them na whether it be a backyard farm or a commercial farm, we have cash assistance po sa ating mga i-depopulate na population. In fact, coming from I guess it's si Atty. Inciong courage early reporting, yun na nga, isa i-expedite yung pagbabayad at saka taasan po yung rates natin, which we did. Meron na po kaming draft ngayon to revise yung ating AO on cash assistance. Nandun po siya ngayon sa DA, pinag-aaralan po ata ng legal department nila. Yes, pero yun na nga po. Kaya nga po ang isa ngayon kasi there had been cases, halimbawa yung isang farm na naapektuhan, so kasi po ang atin, di ba, para natin masabi na AI affected, kailangan may lab result. And then pag lumabas ang lab result, dun pa lang natin bibilangin. Which, sometimes, pag binilang nyo, halos ubos na kasi natagalan yung labas ng result. So, para po to address that, ang ginagawa po namin, nag-report ang isang farm na may kaso sila. Pagpunta namin doon, binibilang na po namin yan, Doc. Para po paglabas ang result, ang basis namin is kung kailan lumabas ang result. Hindi po yun, kundi kung kailan kami nagbilang. Para po, kasi kumbaga ang amin is nag-report na sila. So what we are waiting for na lang ay yung lab confirmation. So pag nag-positive yon, kung kailan kami nagbilang, that counted na po yun. Kahit na kunyari, lumabas ang result, 3,000 more ang namatay, kabilang po sa babayaran because they reported early. Nabilang na yon. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the clarification, Doc Arlene. Merong yatang nag-raise ng hand si Dr. Dennis. Dr. Dennis, do you have anything to further share?
Hey, Doc Mel, thank you at na-notice mo yung raise hand ko. Ka-clarify ko lang yung in relation dun sa nasabi ni Doc Arlene. So, we really appreciate and commend the PAI in doing their best to really control this outbreak. Yung kaninang projections na pinakita natin, no? So I would like to clarify and make it clear, yung projections na yon is under do nothing scenario. So ibig sabihin, walang gagawin, yung virus ay hayaan lang mag-behave according to its natural behavior. So walang lockdown, walang depopulation, walang mass culling. So in normal behavior ng virus, yun yung magiging trajectory niya based sa mga models na ginawa ng mga experts abroad. And of course, the industry, the university, are in full support na hopefully ay hindi magkatotoo yung ganong projections under a do-nothing scenario. So again, thank you, Dr. Arlene and Bai, for doing all their best to contain this particular outbreak. So thank you po.
Alright, so actually madami pang mga questions na nandito sa aking listahan, but because of time, hindi natin siya madidiscuss ng todo-todo. The good thing here is that dati na tayong merong mga discussions and ngayon ay further napapag-usapan ulit natin siya. And we hope na maging simula ulit ito ng isang pagkakataon na mas magigit tayo mapagmatsyag yung pagdating sa ating disease surveillance and monitoring ay maging robust. And naipaliwanag sa atin ng ating mga speakers as well as ng ating mga panelists yung iba't ibang mga komento nila at saloobin pagdating sa issue ng avian influenza. So at this point, we would like to thank you for for joining us in this forum, AI forum we proceed ngayon pagdating doon sa ating pasasalamat, of course, sa ating mga iba't ibang mga presenters. Simulan nating tawagin, of course, yung una nating naging presenter, ano? And babasahin ko yung kanyang certificate. Ipa-flash natin yung ano? Alright. So, the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners, Inc. presents this certificate of appreciation to Attorney Elias Jose Inciong for having served as a resource speaker during the 2022 PCPP Poultry School Online with the theme, Strengthening the Poultry Industry Towards Sustainable Recovery via digital platform on September 8 and 9, 2022, given this 8th day of September 2022, signed by Secretary Maria Cincha de la Cruz, President Esmeraldo B. San Pedro, and Chairman of the 2022 PCPP Poultry School Online, Generoso Rene Jun Romo Jr. So, Attorney Elias Jose Inciong. Same citation to Attorney Irwin M. Ambal. Same citation to Dr. Reildrin G. Morales. Same citation to Dr. Arlene Asteria Vytiaco. And lastly, same citation to Dr. Dennis B. Umali. So in behalf of the morning group of the online Philippine Poultry School Online, PCPP Online, would like to thank you for staying with us, and magbabalik tayo ng anong oras? 1 o'clock, and magbe-break tayo for lunch. So again, this is Mel Umandal. Maraming salamat.
Dr. Arlene Vytiaco and Dr. Dennis Umali with Dr. Arnel Bustamante. And also to Dr. Umandal for moderating the session. And that concludes our morning sessions for today. Please be back for the afternoon sessions at 1:30 p.m. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch break in the comforts of our homes or offices. Get other announcements from PSOL officers or the Secretariat, especially the landing site for our breakout sessions.